him, but it's not marked as muted.
Maybe that'll help.
Hopefully. How about now? Are we working yet?
Yep.
Sound is fun. Okay.
All right, had to mute the other thing. Got it. We got it. I apologize.
All right, and then get off that screen so we're not seeing any more flickering. Excellent. Okay, so sorry about the silence there, folks. Here, I'm not going to go through the whole recap again, but I'll just give you a quick Cliff Notes version here. Last week, banished Hispinel from the coin. Met the new party member Grimbar here, the dwarf who works with Mabel Amberbrow of the Temple Singer Tavern, who the group has met a number of times in the past. They got summoned to meet with the Duchess. Duchess turned out to be the last person. Duchess turned out to be the last person who, the holder of the last coin that they hadn't been able to check in on yet, and that ended up being being tied to some sort of entity from the Feywild here, very likely a hag of some kind. Definitely not a fan of the Dark King or anyone else involved with him, as she was the one who helped put him down in the first place and helped the princess and her brother escape from Dravier when the Dark King took over, and helped to ensure his downfall and helped to create the nation of Garvon in the first place. The group then hopped to their ship and flew back over to Raven's Crest there to embark on a new expedition, planning to go a bit of a roundabout way, planning to head up to the Tomb of the Runesmith King, and then back down around to Dreadmire, where they're going to meet up with Sora's mother and pick up a shipment of sorts. So the morning, which you missed there, is they arrived in Raven's Crest the previous evening, and in the morning, the first thing that really happened was Amethyst called Sora into the dining room to present her with the pumpkin pie as promised, and Sora soon afterwards, Eldon came in with his own version of a apple pie with ice cream there, and in a very close contest, Sora declared the pumpkin pie the winner, and then morning pie was divided amongst the rest of the group, and
whatever.
And so we have the day to check things out here, and so this intends to kind of show Grimbar around and give him a chance to meet some folks in the town there and see who's who. So first off, the first person you mentioned were Elia and Riley. Elia being the druid who happens to be you met the previous night, who's Amethyst's girlfriend, who also
Is Kiva still in town?
She is, in fact.
Definitely introduce him to Kiva. She'd love him.
I will say this: it's basically you didn't see her last night. She kind of comes stumbling into the dining room there, kind of all bleary-eyed and obviously out for a night of drinking of some kind or whatever, and just comes in and just like grabs a hunk of pie and starts stuffing her face there. Hello there, how you doing? How's everyone? Oh, that was a fun night. You brought the crew into the ship, right? That's the ones that were at the Unicorn last night?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, they're a fun bunch.
Yeah.
Spent almost the whole night drinking. So, hi. And remember, what you see before you is a human woman, very kind of curvy, red hair, and just sort of wearing leather armor. It's very very form fitting there. No evidence of weapons of any kind. Again, a little bit bleary eyed because you spent the whole night drinking. And you must be the new guy that the folks mentioned there. My name's Kiva.
Kiva, this is Grimbar. Grimbar Kiva.
And I said hello. And then I'll look around and says, any meat pie?
Not today.
No. Actually, just a minute. and Reese, who's there as well, because they're heads back into the kitchen there and comes back with a sort of mixture of various breakfast foods there. Not exactly a meat pie, but enough things that you can kind of assemble and mash together some potatoes and meat and stuff like that, and kind of make a meat pie out of it, if you so choose. It kind of plunks down a big old plate of food there for you, and there's more in the kitchen if anybody wants something. Just go ahead and grab it. There's all kinds of stuff in there, really. So. Um, and Reese, being a human male, dark hair, a bit shaggy looking there, but wearing wearing sort of like a mixture of. He has the look of a hunter about him, although he's in a little more casual clothes right now because he's here. Um, you have other house staff there, being Iris, the brass dragonkin, who's very much dressed in a long dress, very formal looking there, who happens to be the kind of the head of the house, essentially, in terms of keeping the house clean and making sure everything is stocked and ready. And then there's Catherine, who is also a human woman there, dark hair, also in a more form-fitting business type of a outfit of some kind, who is to be the major Stora's major domo, who basically just kind of keeps tabs on correspondence and any business and kind of financial arrangements around the house and such. So and we can pop up a couple of pictures here. We have them, so we can see who's who. So yes, the household staff being where we go. We have Reese, and we'll make these a little bit larger so we can see where Catherine. Come on now, Reese, and there's Iris. So the household staff, all in Sora's blue colors. Then the other folks you met in the house there were Revelar, who's this green-haired elf, and Sebastian, who is a halfling artificer. Pretty much everyone who's around the house, at least.
And those two kind of hang out a lot in the basement with me.
Typically not with each other very much there. There's still a bit of a tension there because, I mean, he did shoot him a bit.
Right. It was the one
bit.
does a lot of the mushroom things because he's an herbalist.
Yes.
And then the other one is an artificer that I have been training.
Yep.
Sort of.
Yep. So kind of the household staff here listed there. Beyond that, after breakfast and stuff, food stuff there, checking around the town. The other person that's in the house fairly often that you would have met here is, where is she at? Come on now. Yes. Elia, who is the Amethyst girlfriend, who is dressed in like brown and green leathers, green kind of dark brown, kind of ends in green tips and all that. Just has the look of someone who spends a lot of time in the forest and such, as she does. So other than that, around the town, you're going to meet a number of other folks here. We won't put them all up on the screen, for sake here. But you'll meet Riley, who is Elia's sister, who happens to be captain of the guard, the town guard at this point. She is very much a bit of a crass talking human woman who's almost always seen with a bow, sword, and shield when she's on duty and everything else, and but almost always in some sort of medium style armor, breastplate, leather and such as that. Other than that, though, there's a lot of other people in town. Not that we had time to meet them all.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Right.
The mayor, Nimbus, also Nimbus, my second cousin twice removed. You got Jenny.
Yes.
We've got
There are
Fine.
quite a few, and at some point we can kind of introduce a few of them as needed here and there. But for the most part, the one person you end up talking to today, for certain, is the new Baron of the region, Baron Danis Fairwood. And Danis is not going to have a picture here. I'm going to grab him from here just to bring him up then, because it's been a while since you actually seen him.
It's
And
been
this
a while.
Yep. Uh, and what you know of this guy here is kind of older, kind of grizzled human there. Uh, the Fairwood Logging Company is this area right up here in town. This is the actual sort of logging area here. The kind of loggers barracks and wagon storeroom. And that's pretty much where he's going to be for the most part there. He uh, actually doesn't meet you there. He actually calls you. He actually asks to meet him at the house, which is this one right over here, kind of on just off the town square. And as you approach, you will see him. Uh, Assuming everyone goes for this little meeting here, you will see that Dennis is looking a bit worn out. Just kind of uh not so much like he's like ready to fall over anything else, just like a bit more dark circles under the eyes, like he's been working a lot and like he's been very, very busy. He seems a little bit tired. But he's also happy to see you. And you're here. I want to thank you for coming to see me, and we have a number of things to talk about. I think you've heard the news. I'm sure Elliot's passed it on. Um, And as he's talking, let's say he's talking to you like in it isn't like a formal dining hall, but it's sort of like a parlor. There's a number of seats around there. He's got sort of a desk on the side where he can kind of set up things there. But he's kind of just had some chairs set out there. And in the room with you is a an elf with sort of like reddish gold hair, kind of pulled back into almost like a severe uh like almost like a ponytail kind of situation there, where he's kind of just kind of pulled straight back and kind of slicked back there. Very fine looking clothes. um Not overly gaudy, just well cut and well made, obviously. And he's there. um uh, uh, uh Emissary advisor, my name is Vessar Rivan, and I am here to ensure that the new Baron is able to uh, fulfill duties and understand responsibilities and such. He's um, quite good at business, obviously, but the more political aspects and more regional responsibilities are obviously a little different than he's had to deal with in the past. And he's I mean, obviously Amethyst doesn't trust anybody when she first meets them. That's been a running thing here. Everyone else, I mean, he seems, while he's not like, he doesn't appear hostile. He actually seems genuinely pleased to meet you. He's not, isn't, While he isn't like smiling and gushing, he's also not looking down his nose at you or anything else like that. He tends to be very much like, I am here to do a job, and I'm going to assist however I can.
Who sent you then?
I was sent, of course, by the royalty of Oris, the region area.
Okay.
I, I'm, as I said, I'm here just to advise and assist in any way that I can, as Baron Fairwood has not had to do any political maneuverings or dealings as such. So, that is why I am here. And I understand you are quite instrumental to the uh, prosperity and security of this city, and for that, of course, you have the eternal thanks of the royalty of the region. Um, it, um, Fairwood just sort of like this. He's just like, kind of sit there and just nods. Of course, of course. But here I'm really just more here to speak with you. I know we've had a number of dealings, and I saw the airship and their crew came in, so it's very good to see all of that in play. Um, um, I find I may not need the services of your ship for the harvest. And he kind of glances over at the Elpis there. And one thing, Eldon, Amethyst, probably Lucas as well, since you've been kind of dealing with this and researching a bit here, this guy's probably an Eladrin based on his coloring. Because that's sort of that very fall colorings of like the hair being the color of orange and yellow, of the turning leaves and such.
A person of the Fae, what a surprise.
I've never actually been there as my heritage, yes. I've lived my whole life here, but my heritage is amongst the Feywild, of course. He kind of just gestures to his appearance and his hair and stuff like that. It's like,
Uh-huh.
I'm going to tap Amethyst's foot with my foot. Calm down.
No,
seems
no.
okay. It seems okay.
The Duchess sent him. It's not going to be good news, is he? Let's face it.
why would you? Well, you're not saying this out loud. Never mind.
I'm not saying it out loud. No,
Yeah,
I'm saying it directly into his brain.
Okay.
Where
Um,
it belongs, I believe. Sometimes Eldon's words hurt my head.
Yes. So if there was as I understand it, I'll be able to secure transport as needed for the shipments and such. And so if there's ever when you're available, I'd of course appreciate any assistance you can provide, but um I suspect you're not going to be here very long. It seems to be the nature of your endeavors that you're off and running usually.
Beloved town, though, obviously, making sure that everything's okay here. And obviously, we can instantly come back if we need to, because that we can make sure that we protect our home that way.
Exactly, and obviously, I understand Lucas was here a couple days before you, so that I'm sure that there's a way to get around as needed and such. But for that matter, um, would like you to check in with various folks here. I've been hearing some reports of some issues amongst the hunters. Nothing like the slog we had the problem with last time, but especially some issues in the northern forest. I know Ellie has been looking into it a bit as well, but it's all sort of vague and worrisome at this point. So if there's anything you could do to check in on that before, and if you are able to go north, I understand Anna, the gnome, and her people from Silverleaf are asking to return there. Obviously, they could be escorted on foot, but if they could secure a ride, that would be wonderful for them to not have to deal with that sort of a week or more, a 10-day walk. And let me see something real quick here. Okay. You'll notice, while Vasar is just sort of like standing there, he's just sort of like just standing off to the side there, just calmly, just like taking it all in and everything. He's not like he uh, occasionally looks a little concerned. Um, just you have the high insights there can just kind of pick this out here. Not so much that he's like worried that there's any trouble or anything else, just more just like showing that he's obviously these reports are something to watch out for. Um, and as Dennis mentions that, he said there could very well be an issue with, as I understand it, there have been a number of disturbances in the northern regions, and you dealt with, believe, many of them, in fact. So I wish to, I suspect, and he just like, there could be other influences of the Fae.
You're saying that the elves are going to be interfering with something?
Well, there've been a number of issues with Fey creatures and beings of the Feywild recently in the area. As I understand it, as it mentioned Silverleaf, I've seen the reports. There was some being trying to open up a portal to the Feywild, I believe. I spoke a bit with Elia and he pauses as Elia is he pauses. Baroness Fairwood. We're still working out the technicalities there. But she indicated that there was some sort of presence with Yonti and some sort of Fey energies being put into place, and that could have a lingering effect. If there's been other issues, there's a reason why my heritage traces back to the Feywild. My family, as I understand it, has origins back to the time when there were rifts into other planes and such. And I mean, while there haven't been any major ones in the last 1,000 years or so, lineages have cropped up from that realm. And so I assume I can trace my family's heritage back to that point. So there could very well be other issues with Fae in this region. And then he pauses and says, and I know the Duchess has links to the Feywild as well. Just puts it right on the table there. And Janice just sort of like glances at all of you, just kind of taking this all in here, and like, and he just like there's barely a pause in him telling you this. He just like very manufacturally just says it out.
Well then.
We met up with her a couple of days ago. Had a fun little chat. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're still here. Others aren't always so lucky after an audience with her. So, it does speak well to the fact that you're not having been made to disappear. And
Well,
bit nervous as he's saying
so
that.
Charming.
What?
Well, she is ruthless. I'll just say this. She does not brook rules. She does not take for failure. Those that cross her go away.
Well, we've been helping, so hopefully,
Exactly. So, everything I've heard is very much so to the point. So, I'm glad that there was nothing of issue that had to be dealt with. It's good. It's good. Well, Barons, would you like some privacy? Should I leave now? I can meet up with you again later on to discuss some of the regional issues. That's fine. Yes, Ravon, they'll be just fine. And it, well, it was wonderful to meet all of you. I will be happy to speak with you again if you have need. Otherwise, I will do my duties as they stand.
Can I? Is there a way I can See if this guy is just BSing us. Is his
Give me an insight check. Yeah, absolutely. So if you go to your character sheet there, you should see it's insight is one of your skills. You might even be trained in it, I believe.
I was also going to ask if I can
Absolutely.
choose.
Anyone who wants to do insight there, I mean, passive insights are kind of telling this guy seems to be on the up and up, but if you want to make a check to see to delve in deeper, go for it. What's this? So yeah, you just,
Sick.
It's okay. I
That's
rolled a 4.
wow. Okay.
did mine come through?
I didn't see it yet there. So is it there it is. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
there you go.
Not bad. All right. So Thora, I mean, you're just like looking at this guy, and you're kind of like fascinated by the fact that his hair almost like looks like that the same color as the forest that you were in when you're in the Everwood there, and it's sort of the kind of the orangey leaves and everything else that. It is also reminding you of the pumpkin that got knocked out of your hand there too, that orange color as well. So you're kind of like distracted by the thoughts there. Amethyst and Grimbar, he seems on the level. He seems like you don't pick up any sense of that he's trying to hold anything back. In fact, almost the opposite. He just seems to be just like telling you. I mean,
The
he's
way
not.
he feels he's
Doing
Yeah.
his job.
being transparent. Yeah.
Yeah, he seems to be very transparent. Lucas, the one thing you kind of pick up that they don't. I'll just say, with the 23 there, you get the feeling that he's almost relieved to be here. Like he's a eager to do a good job kind of thing. He seems to be very much in that I want to help, I want to do things here, but he's also you pick up almost that relief, the little bits and hints he says, is glad to be here away from maybe the court or wherever his previous position would be.
What's this guy's name?
This guy is Visar Ravan. VEL. I'll type it in chat.
You know, my jagged blade can pick up if somebody is scrying or anything.
Mhm.
Is there any evidence of any kind of,
Nope.
somebody's watching him or?
Not really, no. You don't pick up anything. It's like there's no warning tingles. There's no indication that there's some sort of anything going on beyond what seems to be on the surface here.
Okay.
Yeah.
The fact that he's looking exhausted is a worry for me. I'm wondering what's going on there.
I mean, you're looking at a guy who's in his 60s, who's
Yeah.
suddenly become a baron of a region when he already has a business to run, and for a fact from Elia that the harvest is getting ready to be the spring harvest is getting ready to be
Yeah.
taken in, which is a very difficult time. So, he's not looking like he's like ready to collapse or anything else. He just looks like he's tired.
Okay.
Yeah, and so. Without like delving into his mind or see what's going on here, he has that look of someone who's been like me the end of last week.
I will say to him telepathically, are you okay? If there's anything going on, you can tell me.
He kind of starts at the moment there, like, I'll never get used to that. It's like as many times as Delia's done it, I'm still catching me off guard. No, everything's fine. It's just a lot to take
Okay.
in, a lot to, and I don't want. And then he pauses, pauses, and says out loud to all of you as Ravon leaves the room, I all the reports that we have in terms of issues out in the northern forest, it doesn't seem to be close by. Otherwise, our hunters or Elia would have had an actual encounter of some kind. It's more just distant reports, issues, things of worry. No one's been attacked on the roads that we've seen. It's just been more reports of strange sightings or strange sounds in the night, or just things of concern at this point. It's nothing like what we dealt with the Slod or anything else like that. Like no one's been attacked. No one's been killed or gone missing as far as any reports have come in. So at least that we have to worry about. As for this barren business. It's interesting to have it be official since everyone sort of joked around me being the wood baron, and now it's for real. I don't know. It's strange. Hold on, sorry.
Yeah, yes. So, what actually is the issue with the hunters?
Mostly
Exactly.
just they've reported strange sightings of things that don't look like animals exactly in the trees. Nothing they've had direct contact with, or trying to like track things that suddenly disappear, or strange sounds in the forests and such. Again, nothing that's been like of danger or worry specifically, just odd things. Um, I don't. Uh, I would hope it's not anything undead or ghosts or anything else like that, but it's. I don't know at this point. As I said, no one's been attacked.
Speaking to mage and people smarter on the subject than I, is there a way to find out if there's some kind of planar rift or realm rifts that can be tracked that are happening?
Um, Hold on, Lucas. You probably have the most experience, at least research-wise, with that. You haven't really come into contact with any actual rifts specifically. You have,
Well, the one in her,
No garden,
the
yeah.
one in the garden,
yes.
is the only one that we've
It wasn't so much
encountered.
a rift as it more of a portal. It was actually an open gateway essentially. So similar to that maybe. And that one you didn't even feel the shift. That one you went into a hole and then suddenly you were in the Feywild. Somewhere something changed along the way. The closest you come to actually having a rift maybe would be what happened at Mournhold Tower with the skeletons and the undead kind of walking in that weird eldritch storm. Eldon, you saw that the storm kind of rolling in, and you all kind of saw the dark clouds moving in there that were not natural. And from reports from long ago, that was sort of a commonplace thing after the cataclysm. But they aren't typically a thing there. It- more than likely, any kind of a rift might be detectable when you get close to it, but it's hard to say exactly. They haven't had any direct experience with it.
Yeah, we really haven't. Not yet, anyway.
Okay, I just thought that,
Mhm.
brainstorming it.
And yeah, he says no one's reported any strange glowing portals in the forest or anything else like that. No one's reported any sort of um strange things happening. Elia may have seen some things, but I don't. She would have said something if she saw anything truly unnatural. But as far as I know, things are, at least for the moment, calm. And he pauses and rifles through here. I mean, the fact that they're not close doesn't mean that there's not an issue further to the north. Maybe if you are taking Anna and the gnomes back to Silverleaf, you can check up there to see if there's anything going on in that area. They are on the
Uh,
farthest north of.
It is, in fact, on our way. Just a short detour. However, it would be totally feasible to return them.
Excellent. I'm sure they'll be happy to be home. Um, the afflicted ones. We've checked in on them, and they've mostly been recovered. You'll have to see them in person to understand, but they will always have a mark of sorts of their experience. Um, I, I'm sure they could go and see them. Um, is there anything else you wish to ask of me at the moment here? I mean, I don't know what I can do specifically. I am still working to. I did as I'm saying, I'm setting aside money for your crew. As I understand it, they've all been hired now, and I've set up funds for them, so you don't have to deal with that. Um, so I guess then your first mission for the Barony of Ravenscrest would be to return the gnomes to their village.
Congratulations, by the way.
I don't even know what to do with that really, but it's something to get used to, I suppose. Um, just uh, um, uh, the mayor is still the mayor of the city. I'm not taking any power away from him. He's still going to oversee construction and any projects here in the city. I'm just going to be managing the region itself. Um, anything around, but he's still in place to deal with city affairs and such. So, and
When will,
good.
I was going to ask him when will you need the airship back for the harvest?
As I believe we have that taken care of for the most part. We should, if we need to ship anything specifically, it will be at the end of this month. Um, the first shipment should be brought in a matter of a couple of weeks. It will process it and get it ready, and then have it sent. If you're not here, I can arrange for transportation from Port Oris now as part of my station. But if you're available, that can be make things easier at least.
We should introduce you to the crew at some point.
I would like that. I it's I've spent too much time with paperwork and even more than I used to. So, any chance to talk to people out there? Are you all right, Sora? Think okay?
Yep,
Um,
I'm good.
all right then.
Slowly.
Oh,
She's getting impatient. She wants to go.
Oh,
She,
I want to go. Not to be disrespectful, but I would rather be training right now. All this logistics stuff is not my thing.
I mean, if you're gonna come out and say it, you might as well just.
I mean, says the person who has the business background who's supposed to be
Yeah, but do I take care of any of that? No, don't just
no.
say that. No, I don't.
Can't
And
take
actually,
her anywhere.
Catherine's doing a lot of that now here, the day-to-day stuff.
Yep.
Miss Sora, does your family not own one of the largest shipping companies?
They sure do.
They have a warehouse now right over here.
Yeah, we do have a warehouse here in Ravenscrest now. But here's the thing. I set it up for them to get the warehouse here, which yay! And then that was the extent of what I do.
I
I
think
don't.
we need to check in on the temple at some point while we're here before
Yes.
we leave.
I also would like to get a spell plate from the priestess. I do think I need guiding bolt. Is a possible mana attack
Yeah.
situation. Yes.
Where are you gonna
I'm
guide it to?
I'm a bit worried about this dude being here and being so close to this. You
Yep.
know.
Right.
Anyway,
I
How
think
many
he's quite
people?
happy to be here and away from the Duchess.
I'm
Yeah.
sure he is. Yeah.
Like,
I
but
am.
like,
I believe he requires some talking to. But
oh,
I at first was a little suspicious, but he might be somebody we can talk to, and might not be such a bad thing. We just have to approach it cautiously.
Telepathically to Romar, I'm going to let him know that we have something being taken care of, protected here in town that we really don't want anybody getting their hands on.
how public was that made? Or did
Well,
we
just out
really
of
keep that under wraps?
It was
No, we all
just,
kept it
just
very
to
quiet.
stop that
Yeah.
right there. Nothing
It
goes
was
through.
it
Yeah.
was so close to the chest. It's pretty much
Okay.
just the temple that knows.
We didn't even
she's
tell
talking,
the mayor.
if she's talking to me telepathically,
Yeah.
it doesn't go through.
It does. Yeah, you're right. It might not. Let me double check that.
What?
Oh,
Let me
you
see something
have
real
a
fast here.
ring of mind shielding.
He certainly does.
It
We
does not go
that,
through at all.
that's how we do all of our communications.
I want to see. Can you choose to let?
Yes.
Oh, if you allow it. Yeah,
Yes.
they
But
can if you allow it. You
I
absolutely.
do not
Yeah.
know that they've done that. They've
Yep.
never
Yep.
said anything to me about it.
Hmm.
And a
I've
man,
told
a
you.
man, no,
No, not
no,
yet.
no,
No,
you
we
have
haven't
not.
told
And a
him.
man of my position does not need somebody knowing what he's doing. So,
Right. So, Amethyst, I would say this: when you do speak into his mind, it's just sort of like he doesn't react, he doesn't respond, he doesn't come back to you. Um, Give me, guess we'll call it an insight check.
From me, yeah.
Yeah, to see if you can figure out what's going on there. Yeah, I mean, you're not sure what's going on exactly, but you take note of the fact that he doesn't seem to react when you put it when you think into his mind. Um, like definitely doesn't respond, but doesn't seem to even react to it. So, other than that, you're not sure if it's just not going through. You're not sure if he's just really good at hiding the fact that someone's talking to him, because everyone else tends to like sort of like kind of thing, like,
Hmm.
or at least like have that like look away for a moment there, or sort of like close their eyes, or whatever their reactions are. Normally, he has no reaction at all.
Okay.
Okay. So, with that, I mean, Dennis will kind of like thank you for stopping by and checking with him if you need anything, and he'll be in touch if something that comes up that he needs help with, specifically. But as you're going to be out doing your thing, he expects we'll see you again next time you're in town.
Indeed.
So where to now?
The temple.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me.
I'm
I'm
gonna
still,
say
I'm
to
still a
Grimbar,
little. Go ahead.
I'm gonna try a few times to go, hello, hello, anyone here? Hello. And if I get nothing, I'm gonna just say to him out loud, why can't I talk to you in your brain?
Huh?
I'm trying to say something to you and you're not picking it up.
I don't know what you're talking about. When you say you're trying to talk to me in my brain, what are you trying to say?
I talk to my friends telepathically and I'm not able to do that with you.
Yeah, there's a good reason for that.
Okay. Which is?
I don't like it.
Okay.
Uh,
He's going to be fun.
I have found that it is difficult to get into certain areas when it's I can't fight what I can't see, and if they can't see me, they can't, you know, knock on the wood if no one answers.
Well, there are things that I can't say to you out loud that I would like to fill you in on, so I guess I'll have to wait.
Okay. Let me think on that one. Because I'm still, been here 24 hours and I'm still trying to suck all this information in and absorb it. So, but
Okay, telepathically to Sora, well, this guy's no fun.
Okay.
And
So,
as we're walking down the street, Eldon will
sure.
be like, "Yes, that is a fantastic bar that we were
Oh,
walking next to here,
so
and
good. Yep.
this is yes, one time. I've only drank a couple of times, and that was a fantastic place to drink.
Oh, the Jules Flagon over here. So,
Yeah, Joel Flagon.
there are three bars of various kinds here. You have the higher end cocktail bar, the Jeweled Flagon, the typical like neighborhood pub slash eatery kind of thing like that, the Fighting Unicorn, and the Ragged Stump, which is sort of it's where all the loggers go, and then people who aren't like I wouldn't say lower class because it isn't so much that. It's more the worker types there. It's
Where
sort of
where the
so.
dwarves go?
There aren't too many. You aren't seeing too many dwarves in town specifically. Um,
Racists.
they just aren't. They just don't live here for the most part. Um, Probably depending on who they are. Weirdly enough, one dwarf who is around, who you might see, is actually the cook at the Jewel Flagon.
Oh, what happened with
Isn't Sora's
Dunkhorn a dwarf?
trainer
With
a
Ray.
Yes,
dwarf?
there's also Duncorn. You don't know where he lives or anything else where he stays, but yes. So the guy that trains with there, he's kind of seen around in various places there.
Wherever the
Typically, he's
dwarven cook is where I'll go.
yeah. The Dwarven Cook is here. That's the cocktail bar. The captain of the guard, the minister of defense, actually, Duncorn, will usually drink at this fight in Unicorn just because it's mostly just ales and whiskeys and beers and um
Of course, he's
uh
at the Fighting Unicorn.
I mean, or the Ragged Stump, one of the two. You kind of be at those more often than that because um, yeah, it's just sort of like uh, those are the two places he's going to typically be if he's going to go with drink. Um, but as you kind of pass up there, town hall is this big building on the edge over here. This right here is a little general store. Little being the word is run by halflings. Um, and
Outfitting store.
Just general outfitters, kind of that. Like they're gonna have like your basic gear, your foodstuffs, your rations, you're just kind of like your general. Like it's a general store, so go get your
What?
dried foods and such
Yeah.
there.
Okay. Like
Yeah,
the so if you're going to outfit for an expedition, that's where you would go.
typically if you want to get your provisions and such for an expedition there. The armory is actually right over here, the cracked anvil. And one thing you would have caught is that on every 2 hours from 8 to 4, there is a clang, a very loud clang of a hammer hitting an anvil. Like clang, clang, just kind of double things there happens there. And then it'll like basically first strike, second strike, third strike. And so basically you kind of keep it's almost like the town's version of a clock tower.
Okay.
But who's ever there is striking the anvil on the every 2 hours essentially. So first strike, second strike, and then sort of lunchtime, and then third
Okay.
strike, fourth strike. But they will take you over to this big, dark, kind of foreboding-looking building there. Actually, it's sort of grayish stone, gray slate tiles there. You see the Raven iconography on kind of the eave there. It doesn't. It's not hard to see a temple of the Raven Queen here. It's called the Temple of Rest, actually, and the party just walks up to it there. It's very quiet and calm looking. This isn't. It's less foreboding and more just this sort of peaceful looking place compared to everything, all the bustle and everything else happening around. It also has that feel of quiet. And as you guys head on inside,
Yep.
okay, you will meet Strava Dreymar. She is human, but definitely elven heritage. In some of the shapes of her face, she has very slightly pointed ears, but not enough to be considered even half elf. Dark hair, obviously, and dressed in sort of a robe. Think a little less daring Morticia Adams in terms of the outfit there. Not quite the plunging neckline, but still that long dark dress and robe kind of thing there. I was very happy to see you, everyone. It is very good to have you back in town here. How can I help you today?
I'm gonna hold out an empty spell plate. Yes. I was actually needing a guiding bolt spell.
I don't know how to do that. I've never created a spell plate of some kind. I understand the concepts, but I've never done one before. Um, hmm. Let's see here.
Mr. Nimbus said that I do need a cleric.
Yes, I understand. Like I said, I've never crafted the etching of the spell plates and such as something I've never done before. So I understand the concepts, but I could potentially make a scroll, but I've never done the spell plate, as there are different tools associated. Potentially, um, uh, the uh, the priestess at the Shrine of Light might be able to help. She has uh, a more adventurous set of skills. Let's just say. Um, she tends to be a little more. Um, well, she spent time as an adventurer before she decided to stay here. Um, so she might be able to help. But unfortunately, I've never etched a plate before. So in terms of the tools and skills involved with that, I wouldn't be able to do it. But she may be able to help you.
Ah, yes, I will check with her then. Thank you.
Real quick, person you've actually heard of but never actually met. Her name is Phelan.
Okay.
You have met her at least once before because she was long time back here, when the first victim of the slod came in. She
Oh
was
shoot.
the furbo that came running up to try to
Mhm.
cure disease.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yep. So her name is Phelan, and she's
And that's on the other side of town, right?
yes, the Shrine of Light is right here.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was
Yep.
somewhere over there. Yeah. Okay, cool.
As you understand, they do a lot of treatment for like wounds and diseases and injuries and things like that. They're more almost like the town medic essentially, as opposed to Strava, who's more the high priestess of the Raven Queen. So they tend to the graves, they tend to the people after they die, where the Shrine of Light tends to people when they're still alive.
Hmm.
So
Um,
she's a grave digger.
Uh, I mean, as much as anyone who's a Temple of the Raven Queen, this person you don't think handles a shovel anytime they're looking at her.
No, no.
um, uh, yeah, she definitely. I mean, she
Undertaker.
definitely. Yeah, so yeah, she essentially also tends to bring people back from the dead too, if she's able
Yeah.
to. She has in the past before.
She has a pretty good item for doing it too.
Yes, she does. She has it back again. Yes, the Raven's Eye.
Thank goodness. Thank
It was a
goodness.
giant diamond that was stolen by Wraith and his people, and we got it back for her.
Mm-hmm. So
I'm going to telepathically say, just wanted to check in with you, make sure everything is still in its place and, secure.
it is. And um, our caretaker is doing just fine as well. He's
Oh,
not.
don't say that word.
That's what he does. He actually is caretaker for the grounds and makes sure that nothing is disturbed. Ulvar is at least able to work off his or Olash is able to help in a way that he never could before.
Okay, cool. Nice.
Mm.
He seems to get he seems to. The only thing I can say in his favor, besides his calmness and is willing to do whatever he's told, is he does seem to get along with my son, which is often strange for other people.
Okay. Nice.
Dylan is someone not difficult to spend time with if you're not used to him. So most people just tend to overlook him because of it's the nature of his personality.
It's just rude. Sorry. Thinking out loud.
It's okay.
Okay.
And so,
Well,
looking right inside the temple, there is sort of a grayish stone everywhere. You look there, kind of the stone carved out pews and such. Altar up at the front of the building. The front of the building there. There's um, there's the large windows are not stained glass windows depicting anything there, but there are large windows at the far at this end, kind of letting in sunlight, and they are sort of a tinted glass. So they aren't like it isn't bright sunlight coming through there. It's sort of a grayish tint to it, so it diffuses the light a little bit. But there are obviously magical candelabras and such that set up that give light off everywhere, and so the main hall in the center, and then the altar being up at the north end, and the south end being what appears to be an entrance to some sort of a squarish tower. Grimbar, I would say, based on your heritage there, these are obviously two separate buildings. That tower is much older than the rest of the building, so
Yeah.
you think that probably this was the original part of the building, and they added on to it at some point, just based on what you're seeing in terms of that. Um, but yeah, just kind of glancing around, you kind of see that it's all stonework, but it's obviously older stonework at that end.
Okay.
Um, is there anything I can help you with? Anything you need specifically? Kind of looking around all of you. Other than the spell plate issue, Phelan, I believe Phelan will be able to help. I don't know that she's ever. I If anyone's going to have the skills with the divine type plates, I would assume it would be her.
Yes. And then, of course, as Amethyst asked you, that was our only reasons for coming today. Thank you.
Things are quiet. No one has. There's not been any issues, and what is at rest stays at rest. Because you know for the fact that right about there is where Wraith is buried, interred, and yes, you know the other item is also still hidden as well.
The skull.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cool.
Um, as you're talking there, you will see, just because it would happen here, you will see the kind of hooded figure. Actually, his hood's probably down at this point. He isn't walking around hooded all the time there, but he has sort of that brownish robes there, and the hood is pulled down, and he's just kind of walks in there. He sits, obviously kind of he's as he steps inside there, you can see he's just as recently brushed off his feet and everything else that is walking in. Oh, you're all here. I sorry. And he, like, I will not disturb. And he actually turns and walks back outside as he sees you.
Who is that?
Olash.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I,
We haven't seen him in a while.
yeah.
Huh?
We haven't seen Olash in a while.
But that's not since you brought him here.
I'm beating the crap out of him, dropping him off here at the temple.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So
Yeah.
Half deserve it.
oh, absolutely. But he's sort of is not. He doesn't like turn around and run. He just like, oh, they're busy. And he just steps outside, not to disturb you with the high priestess.
And he knows I don't want him anywhere near me or anybody else
Of course,
that I care
yes.
about.
Yeah, I would say, Grimbar, you pick up this exchange real quickly here. It's very obvious there's some tension with this guy that walked in. He turned around and left. So that there's something going on there, obviously.
And who was he, or what was he?
He was kind of a human-looking person who walked in. So just brown. This guy right here, the brown robes, it's hood pulled down there. He's at his hair is very very like closely like shaved, like that down to just kind of a little stubble on his skull. And he just has a look of a pilgrim or some sort of a monk or a cleric or some kind like that. Some like an acolyte based on his clothing. But walks in, sees everyone, apologizes, and walks back out again. Definitely a Scarlos accent, as is hers, which means they're from the Northern Kingdom, where it's mostly elves and such, or elvish-like people.
Okay.
So
He was one of Wraith's minions. We took him down, and apparently he was just he was the pet of the cleric that was evil. He's not actually evil himself. He just was bonded to her, so we let him live on the promise that he would not bond to anybody evil and not do any really horrible things in the future.
And
But I
stay
made
here.
it clear that I didn't want him anywhere near me or my friends. So
I believe the other stipulation was he had to stay here in Raven's Crest under her watch.
and bond to her.
So, yeah. So not sure what that's all about there, but at least, yeah, it's what you kind of run into there. We'll just say for is there anything else you want to do specifically, or just sort of general things around town? Go train and everything else.
Yeah, I'd go pick up the spell plate for
Okay.
guiding bolt.
Okay, I would say that. So talking to Phelan, a tall, obviously much taller. You have to like look up at her. She actually works for the gnome. The head priest of the Shrine of Light is an older gnome, a very wizened old gnome. There, he's probably double or triple your age. You're not even sure exactly, but he's definitely he's got to be in his 200s. Base thing, very wizened old gnome there. But yeah, she's a 7.5 foot tall furbolg who's like the kind of this very much kind of a deer, like doe suede sort of skin coating there. Kind of the almost deer like ears kind of laid back, and the actual like almost like little nubs of antlers sticking out from her skull as well. Yeah, very, very obviously tall, pretty muscled actually. You see actually looks very, very fit. And when you arrive at the Shrine of Light, you will see someone else there as well. Gethranosh is also there. The gold dragonkin.
Sora's friend.
Sora is a dragonkin. She's a blue dragonkin, basically dragonborn. In this world, they call them dragonkin. But he is a gold dragonkin there. Very much a fighter-looking person there with his armor and shield and sword and talking with basically talking there at the temple. Just quick here. Who's all going there? Just Eldon, or who else is going along there? Kind of sticking together as a group, or you're separating here?
Well, I'm just hanging. I'm the new guy, so I'm
Sure.
just gonna hang out.
Okay.
I would have been non-stop talking, like sharing with you all of the details of all of the people,
Of everything.
all of the everything, the like defenses I helped create. So there's like an artillery cannon sitting on top of the house that is able to knock out airships, or at least attack them. There's like cannon things and crossbows that do elemental damage, and I've got tons of stuff that I've helped create. Like Manatech lights for the whole city. I helped Nimbus with. There's tons of fun things. I'm building an entire. I've dug out underneath the house. If you go through the thing, I have a bunch of very poisonous mushrooms and also edible mushrooms and other fantastic mushrooms.
Do you ever shut up?
He never does.
No.
Unless you like interrupt him, he would just keep on talking.
It's.
And I will. Will you shut up?
No, it's one of these like you can see like on the way over there. It's like he's like, I need to go here, and he goes into the general store, and they'll like, okay.
Okay. It's charisma is my dump stat, bro. I have it's like a 6.
So okay. So you're stopping at the provisioners there. Eldon's heading down to the Shrine of Light. Thora, are you gonna head to find Dunkhorn to go train, or you want to go tag along with Eldon?
I'll tag along with Eldon.
Okay. How about Amethyst and Lucas? Where are you guys headed?
I want to go back to the house and find Kiva, see if Kiva's still there.
Sure. Okay.
I'm guessing she's going to be napping since she was out all night.
Yeah. She is still there. Not a problem there. Lucas, how about you?
Well, while the group's all together, Lucas going to ask about if you can use the party funds to get a reusable component for greater restoration. If everyone's okay with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely. And go
How
ahead
much
and
do we
that.
have in there right now?
2,000 and some change.
Yeah.
Okay, so that'd be 1,000 for that. And yeah, you can get probably Jay with Nimbus to pick that up there. We'll just say he's got if not one, then two match ones that'll work in sort of an item there, as long as you have something that's up to that value. That he can set it into an item for you if you want. That way
I'll do that.
Okay. So you can figure out what you want to look like, whatever, but essentially whatever you want it to be. It could be a statue with 2 diamonds for eyes, or it could be whatever you think it would be. So next time you use it, first time you use it, we'll have you describe what it is. Okay. So in that case, Amethyst. So we Grimbar, and then the two of you heading to the Temple of Light. The Shrine of Light.
Quick question.
Yeah.
The Eladrin, can I tell roughly how old he was? Because I know they live a long time, don't they?
Yeah, it's hard to say. He didn't look like he was like showing signs of old age or anything else, which happens. I mean, elves on the material plane don't live as long as elves from the Feywild. Feywild elves are pretty much immortal. They live for thousands of years. Since the Cataclysm, elves on the material plane live about 500 or more years or so. But even then, the last 100 or so years, they tend to fade quite a bit memory-wise and everything else. They don't have the longevity they would have had in ancient times, reportedly. The dwarves and elves have a roughly almost equivalent lifespan, and maximum lifespan now anyway.
And gnomes.
Gnomes a little bit less, but pretty close, yeah. Roughly. So, yeah. So yeah, it's hard to tell exactly. He definitely looked into his adulthood, but how far into it and how far along into it, it's hard to tell exactly, because you probably the first Eladrin you've met. Although I will point something out that's rather somewhat interesting. In meeting him, you realize that Revelor is probably also an Eladrin, based on his coloring and appearance. There, he's the green hair, the look. Yeah. Yeah, so it's again, hard to tell how old they are. There's no way to know. Bright light, not a problem. Phelan, while she's I don't know if I can do that right away, but check with Nimbus. I have done a couple things for him, and that may be one of the ones I did a while back.
Yes.
I asked you a couple for him. I did some curative things for him. I did some lesser restoration spell plate for him. There may be a guiding bolt in there. I'm not sure. Check with him though.
Yes. Thank you so much. And once again, it was nice to speak with you.
Of course. Sora, give me an insight check.
Sora gives insight checks.
Sure, why not?
Well.
I mean, Palace
13.
Not terrible. That's where that came through twice.
Why'd that come through your other account as well?
That's the way it's
Muted
bizarre.
now. Muted now.
It's okay. Like, that was weird. Anyway, not hard to tell. When she's like talking to Eldon, and since the fact is, you have like Eldon who's like 3 feet tall, and you have a 7.5 foot, a 6.5 foot, and a 6.5 foot person all kind of standing around there. Eldon's like everyone's kind of looking over Eldon's head at each other for the most part until they talk to him.
Oh,
Um, but based on your point of view, uh, she keeps glancing over at Gethronosh, and he keeps glancing over at her. And with a 13, there's definitely some interest there.
Of course there is.
interest.
Is that supposed to make me believe and trust him more, Jim? Is that what you're telling me?
No, you're
Okay.
not going to trust him ever because
That's
why
not-
would you? Only the lawful good paladin of the same deity that you serve, and
A little bit of draconic racism. That's all.
yeah, exactly. I get it. I
Colorism.
get it.
A
Yeah,
little bit of color.
Racism.
yeah.
Wow.
Who's never exhibited any sign of that toward you, even though you're.
No.
We were having very traumatic experiences
I
with trusting
understand.
people.
I
Do
understand.
you mean interest or interest? Is he interested in Sora?
I mean, she only rolled a 13, so.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Well, and
it's
it's not me.
it's between Phelan and
Yeah, yeah.
oh, we lost.
It's between
No,
Phelan
yeah. I'll
and
be
the
right
other
back.
guy.
Oh, we like it. We're going to bring back a second.
I'll be
In
back.
between me
Okay.
and him and the cleric, not me.
He's turned his
Yep.
camera off.
It's a temporary. So, okay. Well, we'll cut to before that when that comes back here, cut back to the house here. Amethyst. Keith is one of those annoying people that just when you show up there, she's already awake. She seems fine. There's no she's like no sign of the fact that she would be even remotely hungover. She's totally fine. They're just like sitting, and we'll just say she's kind of sitting in the lounge in the library area there with her feet propped up there, book in her hand, a drink of some kind there, probably some coffee or something like that. Just oh, hi there, Amethyst. How you doing?
She is
I'm
one
all
of those.
right. How are you?
It's fine. It's fine.
I'm one of those
You know,
annoying people in real life too.
in a little bit, I don't know. I want to get on the road. I need to get out there and do some stuff here. So, I'm gonna come with you when you leave. I
Okay.
already kind of got the gist that you're heading north, and I want to head north too, because I haven't been up that way really ever. So I haven't seen the northern part of the country yet. So,
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. I mean, we are
right.
doing this short journey to the north, but at some point we're going to be heading south and we're going to be trying to take care of Nico Val. So I think probably we could do with you being there at some point, or at least lend us your knowledge and, give us a bit of insight on the situation.
I mean, you want to go after a chain wielding maniac who's got an army of hill giants with him?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
I didn't realize Tabaxi had that kind of balls, but okay.
We don't need balls.
I mean, okay. Part of the reason I left there was I saw what that was going like, and it wasn't pretty. It was let's just say when you're looking at a couple hundred hill giants and a bunch of ogres charging at a bunch of stone giants and Goliath, and you're me, you don't want to be in the middle of that. And that chain wielding crazy guy there, I I think probably better idea to let them duke it out and take down the survivors.
I think if we can find out who is holding the coin, we
The
might be
guy with the
able
chain,
to.
I think.
The guy with the chain devil.
I assume. I mean, based on what you said, then that seems to be the case because I mean, who else is wielding a chain like a crazy man in the middle of a bunch of hill giants? And the guy's big. I mean, he might even be an ogre. I can't really tell. I never got close enough to find out for sure. I mean, there's this perspective thing of looking at hill giants versus other people. So, he was definitely bigger than normal, but I mean, he just spun that chain around like it was nothing, cutting things apart, and it was scary.
Well, the chain devil seems to be the creature that is bound to the coin. So somebody has the coin, I'm assuming.
Well, I'm assuming that he's using the power of in the coin. I mean, like you said, from what we saw of Wraith, I mean, he was using shadowy magic and everything else based on what he got from Zathor. So I'm assuming this thing is just wielding the power that comes from the Chain Devil. But yeah, he probably has the coin, but I don't think it's actually the Chain Devil on the field there, really. I don't hope not. But,
Okay.
I mean, it was an ogre, I think, wielding a chain.
Right.
So I assume he's the one who's got that from the thing. He's the coin thing. I'm not sure. I don't know how all this works. I just didn't want to be anywhere near it.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
So yeah, I think I might travel a bit, just kind of get out there and see the world. I've been kind of cooped up in one area for too long, and I just want to go out there and see what's out there.
Okay. Well, you keep in touch. And,
Of course.
Don't die.
Of course. Stuff. Yes, Mom.
I'm not your mother.
I know. Grimbar. In the provisioners of area there, it is
you said that it's run by gnomes.
Halflings, actually.
Halflings.
Yes. In fact,
I walk in there, I kind of hang my head, and I'm just gonna say, I'm listening. Are they running their mouths?
When you walk in there, you actually step down, like into a space there, because you realize when you step down into somewhat dug out floor ceiling wise there, and you only see at the moment you see a redheaded female standing off to the side there. You might hear some noise in the back, like kind of in it. There's definitely a sort of back door storage area somewhere beyond the main store itself here. The main store is not huge. It is kind of floor to ceiling there, and there's actually like high windows on the side that let in light. There's various like barrels of like dried beans and dried lentils and dried flour and stuff like that. You can kind of scoop out of and take things like that. There's rations and all sorts of things for provisions and stuff like that. There's like a whole like section area like backpacks and sacks and containers that you can buy, and not much in the way of real weapons and armor or shields. They have some basic, like a section there that has some like basic shields and swords and such, but nothing that's like super advanced. There is a little alcove off to the side that has a little sign above it that says "Treasures of the Past," or
okay.
And it's basically almost like a glorified closet that has a bunch of like weird items in there, like little like bits of a signpost and some old tools, obviously, that have been recovered from someplace or other. There's little labels attached to all of them. But the woman that's there, she's like, "Oh, good to see you. You're new in town here. I see. Welcome to Benzinger's general store. Anything you're looking for in particular today?"
And I'll look around, and apparently they don't have what I'm looking for. I'm actually looking for a rope ladder. So.
Oh wait, one sec here. And she said, check right over there by that section of backpacks. And open up that little chest on the floor over there. We got a whole different coil of ropes here. There may be a rope ladder in there for you.
All right,
And
I'll go check it out.
And you open it up, this large like wooden chest there. It's kind of just on the floor there underneath this whole section of like hanging backpacks and like satchels and just varying quality and varying kinds and sizes and everything else. Open it up there, and there's just bunches of coils of rope, of different kinds of rope. And you, sure enough, like kind of bundled up on one side of it there is like this essentially this like rolled up like wooden rung ladder that can be unrolled.
Okay.
Roughly, it collapses down to roughly about maybe a foot across, and just is all kind of coiled up there.
And I'll look at her and I'll say 25 or 50 foot.
Let's see here. I've been at the 25. Well then, and she kind of yells there. Do you have any other rope ladders in the back there somewhere? Just a minute. Just a moment. And it's like, isn't it out there in the chest? At 25, looking for a 50. Just a minute. And you hear some like things getting shoved around, like in the back room there. And about, I mean, not long later, it's probably about maybe 30 seconds to a minute or so, you see this other halfling come out, male, with this weird looking like plaid patterned like floppy hat on, and just mismatched like orange and green and blue like outfit. Just sort of like, I mean, not bad, just like it's like he made it with patchwork fabric almost, and he's kind of carrying a bundle there. 50 foot, you said? Yeah. This should do right here. And he kind of holds up there. This was about maybe 18 inches all wound up. Will this one do?
Yeah, I'll take
Oh.
them both in a backpack to put them both in.
Oh, sure. Probably the third one down over there. You kind of in this larger, like leather looking backpack there. That one should hold them both.
All right, I'll do that.
Gotta stuff them in there. All told, call it 15 gold.
Okie doke.
Okay. Appreciate it.
All righty.
And he looks at his wife there. You're gonna need to put an order in for another longer one. I got 2 more short ones in the back, but no longer one. Yes, dear, no problem. I'll put an order for it. Anything else you need? We happen to have a number of things like oh, you know what? We have this, and he points over to the wall where the provisions are and the foodstuffs there, and these wrapped up like wax, like wedges of some kind. And it looks to be like we got all arrangement of cheeses over there. Just got in here. All kinds of ones, all different styles, all different kinds. Our local place makes those, and we got a brand new batch in.
Any dwarven cheese over there?
You know, I think there actually is an aged ale cheese that they make there. I think they actually feed ale to the goats and make goat cheese with that. But I mean, I don't know. It's really good though. I gotta say, I don't have specifically dwarven straight cheeses because we don't have any dwarven cheesemakers here. And it's all local stuff. But I've had some, and it's pretty close.
All right, so yeah, I'll take a chunk of that and then I'll get out of there.
Okay, no worries. He's like, hey, go ahead and dig it there, and he kind of gives you the cheese there, a wedge of cheese about yay big.
Okay.
Wrapped
Cool.
like coated in wax. Kind of
All right,
cut the wax and pop it open. Yep.
All right, and that's good. That's good for now.
Yep.
I'll head on back to see if I can find my way back to the house.
It's right across the way here. So you're currently right here. It's right there. You can like literally walk out the door and see it there.
Oh, I
On
knew
this side,
that.
right.
I knew
Yep.
that. I did know that. Yeah.
So, yeah. So Eldon, by the time you get over to Nimbus's and Lucas, you're there. You stop at Nimbus there to pick up the diamonds there. You're able to pick up the things that you need. And Nimbus will in fact have a guiding bolt spell plate there. I was actually going to be making some items for some of the guardsmen to be able to, some of our watch folk there, to be able to pick out targets and such. Obviously, very useful for sort of a 1-2 punch, having a crossbow with a guiding bolt, and then having a follow-up shot from somebody else there, being able to pick out their targets easier. So. But yeah, I think I'm going to have more of these made here. Phelan was able to help me, and well, it's good to see you, cousin.
Yes.
most excellent to see you. I am very thrilled that, in fact, you do have the guiding bolt. I was actually planning on doing something very similar. You see, I recently acquired a new member to the adventuring party that we are slowly building. Yes, and he appears to be of a roguish type, and I was thinking giving him advantage would be a fantastic thing. Yes.
That's the idea, right?
Yes.
So, well, I will I will. I'll be restocking these soon here, and I believe your friend there, Lucas, took two of our larger diamonds for spell component type things. But things are moving along well. We have some. We're working on more street lights, and you took away the person that was helping me.
Um, yes, I did indeed. However, I will send him back over.
I'm not talking
Him?
about
Him?
Sebastian.
Your girlfriend.
Yes. Well,
I was teaching her. I was
she-
teaching her the art of artifice, and now she's gone. So I
Right.
I hope she's doing well on your airship.
Yes, she is doing
Of course.
very, very well, and I will teach her. Do not be afraid. I can teach
Her not be.
many things.
I don't think that she's ever been afraid a day in her life. I got that impression of her anyway. But anyway,
Right. I was saying,
sure.
you not be afraid. I will continue her education. She will become one of the greatest artificers. Assuredly, yes.
All right. Well, but yes, I do work with Sebastian too. So, it's to see him coming along with what he's doing there. But we will continue to make things for the city to improve it and continue to help out with any projects the mayor has for us. And well, see where we're going next.
Yes. I am going to go and attach this to my gun. Yes. And goodbye, cousin. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too. Off you go.
The Minister of Innovation.
My second cousin, twice removed on my mother's side.
Yes. So, with all that, and so Sora, it's not hard to. You actually will find Dunkhorn. He's actually where you'll end up spotting him is actually down here in the fairground area. There, he's actually drilling some troops there and just training some folks there. So you can just kind of at some point there stop in and join in the drills there. He's a little weirded out by the fact that you're using two hammers now. That's just weird. I don't like that, but I mean, you do what you have to do.
But look, and I'll show him the ring.
Where's your
and how the
armor?
ring.
What is this? Where'd your armor go? You don't even have a shield with you. What's going on with you?
Okay, so here's the thing. I upgraded. My artificer made me this really cool armor, and then I'll extend it out so it's all built out, buff and buildy, and then I'll
the people that are trained are just
ring.
all the troops are like, what is that? What the? And then you're wielding two magic hammers, and the Ring of Four shield comes up. They're like, what is that? Like, can we have those? No.
Did you get those? Yeah, probably.
I mean,
and then I'll
getting all fancy.
I'll have him.
Right. Okay.
I'll have him step aside, and I'll clear out some people out the way, and I'll chuck Sunbeam and have it explode.
Give me
not hitting anybody.
Give me an attack roll. I want to try. Give me an attack roll.
An attack roll.
Sora, no.
That is
you throw an attack roll because I want to see.
I don't want to hurt anybody. That's what I said specifically.
So you managed to hit it dead center, so it doesn't actually hit the walls. Because they are wooden walls around there. So you're like, and he's like, and like one wall gets a little bit singed, but not like burning or anything. It's like, what are you doing? Don't be hucking that stuff around the wall. You know how much trouble we went through to get those things built?
Yeah, I do.
Exactly.
I do. I do, but look, and then I'll call it back.
Very, very fancy, yes. Right. Well.
But see,
Hmm.
now I need training because we got this new guy in our group, and he's going to be hanging out with us for a little while. So I need to switch up some of my fighter maneuvers
Right.
if possible.
Oh.
I want to learn how to do commanders stuff.
Commander Strike. Yep.
Yep, that's the one.
Oh,
Commander Strike.
that's right. Well, and he sort of like takes you through a drill essentially of like working with, because normally he's like one-on-one fighting with you, and now he's
Mhm.
like actually grabbing like a group of people against a group of people and sort of like pushing back and forth and so like maneuvering stuff like that. And he's
Uh-huh.
like, so, and effectively what you do is once you are, once you've pick the person you want to make an attack for an advantage of some kind like that. When you push the advantage and catch someone off guard while they're focused on you, you signal them to make an attack while you're distracting someone. And so effectively it kind of shows you how he does it essentially. And at one point you get clocked by one of the newbies. It's just like, what the, as you did not expect to get hit by a newbie. In the formation that you're in there. I mean, you take some hits from him. You're used to that. But for one of the recruits there to land a shot on you, you're like, what? And start seeing how this works. And so you realize these guys he's working with there, although they don't. Some of these guys don't have town guard insignia. They have Garvon military insignia. So,
Military. We've training military folk now there, Dunkor?
well, we're stationing some military troops here as well. It's a regional defense force as well as a town guard. So we sort of have two groups within the area now. So it's a matter of, I oversee the training of both, and I command the military side while Riley commands the town guard. So
Oh,
she's in
nice.
charge of that now, and I take the regional troops.
Oh,
And then there's, of
Riley's
course,
growing up.
and then of course there's the rangers there that help as well. And although they aren't part of our drill force, they're off doing their own things. But in times of need, they will join in with us.
Very good.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yes.
No wonder that guy got a hit on me. That's craziness.
Yeah, and you consider like the guy that hit you there was not town guard. He got the military insignia there. So like, oh well, yeah.
That makes sense.
Similar gear, however, you notice they're geared very similar. So the town guard is getting better armor and weapons, and very similar in style and quality.
I'd like to see it. It makes me feel so much better.
Me too. I mean, I'm not dealing with some rinky-dink force in the middle of a forest. This is much more secure.
Yes.
So, yeah. Well, so that'll take probably most of the rest of your day, and the rest of you can kind of pick and choose things you're doing there, back at the house, checking in with folks. Anyone else you want to speak with or anything else, or we can move along to?
I would invite Audrey over
Sure.
to see the workshop.
Okay.
And show her on attaching like the whole Manatech thing, and then
Sure. Okay.
like make another pie with her and do just
Okay.
try and spend the day building, and then also setting more traps in like Sora's room, Lucas's room.
I would say you need to give me a stealth check because the house is getting rather full now with people moving around to be able to sneak in there and do that with that.
I was hoping with Audrey, given the fact that she's so sneaky,
Sure, but
I also have Iris looking out for
yeah, at
things
this point,
in my
Iris is
room now.
stop making messes in the house. Pretty much at this point, when no one was around, it wasn't hard to kind of like no one's coming and sneak into someplace.
Right
But at this
now,
point, you
now the
got a
thrill
house full
now
of
the thrill
people.
of kind of like getting
A little
caught
difficult,
is
yeah.
easier.
I mean, so give me a stealth check to see how well you do. And that
Roll with advantage. That's a good thing is with advantage.
okay. So
Oh no.
essentially, as you go into Sora's room, I'm just gonna play flat out. What happens there is you go in there, and Iris is in there, like,
Oh.
like, like cleaning something up there, putting something away, cleaning up the mess from last night. Actually, as you went
Yep.
there, and like,
Mm-hmm.
You out. You should not be here at all. You
Yes.
out. Out now.
Tell him, Iris.
No.
Yeah.
If I find any more messes around the house, you're going to be cleaning them up. No one else. You.
You know, if you would, in fact, purchase a wand of cleaning, it
No.
would be much easier
You.
for you.
I have one. You
Does
will
have
clean
one.
it up by hand yourself if you make any more messes.
You see, the
Do
thing
we
is
understand each
that
other?
we
I
are
clean
a
your room too, you
friendship-
know.
Yes. It is a thing of friendship to play pranks on one another. Yes.
Then you do things that don't involve making huge messes.
Okay. I will think on that. Yes.
Oh man,
He's gonna.
Okay.
look what you started, Eldon.
And with this, give me a stealth check while you're doing that.
I mean, okay.
And you can give you the advantage. So roll it twice.
Oh, ooh, Jim, get him out of the way
Hey.
now.
I know. On stupid. I would say since you rolled high enough, you're spotted leaving Eldon's room as from the little secret passageway there. You'll see Brevalor actually coming out from the tunnel area from below there, like stopping and look at you like, what are you doing?
Just setting a trap in Aldon's room. Don't tell him, will you? It's all, fun and games. Fun and games.
Sure, I can see that. All right then. I saw nothing.
Cheers, dude.
Sure. Just make sure there's no more explosions than normal because
There won't be any explosions.
Good. Because I
Just
mean,
put something stanky
that-
in his bed, that's all.
that part of the house probably couldn't withstand very many more.
No, absolutely, I agree.
Sure.
The fewer explosions in this house, the better, as far as I'm concerned.
Excellent. Yes. Sebastian's is much more careful than Eldon, but he does tend to make some rather questionable choices sometimes with things he works on.
Yeah, I think that runs in the family.
Yeah, yes, that's understandable. Yes. Well, in that case, enjoy your time.
and just Kiva there, who's kind of keeping an eye, like, kind of gives you a shrug, like, and she just like smiles at him and gives him a wink, and then you guys head back up there. Anything else for the time being here, as the kind of as your day here goes by?
Can we put some birds in his room as well that fly out when he opens the door?
Well, I did whisper Jim about doing something that may not work so well, but
Okay.
Oh, I put soup in his bed.
wow.
Sora, give me what would be the best thing for that one there? I mean,
Remember,
me a-
I am proficient in thieves' tools.
which means you have a +0 with it. I mean,
I know. Still,
you have proficiency bonus with +4 now for you guys, or +3? +3 still?
Four.
We're plus
Three, yes.
4. Yeah, we're
Okay,
plus 4.
go ahead and roll just a proficient just D20 +4. See what you get.
D20 plus 4.
Yeah, because okay,
Plus,
that's not bad.
plus, that's not the plus
Plus
4. You
4.
still have to
Okay.
add the 4.
All right. So
Okay.
when you're in there, we'll just say that because you were out and did some training and all that, and Eldon's in the workshop there. But Eldon is busy in the workshop, or maybe he's in the kitchen with Audrey. That you sneak in there, you smell something that doesn't smell very good in there while you're doing this, but you're able to set up a little net trap like over the window, over the door there. So as he opens it, there, it'll kind of drop down on his head, kind of thing. Not a problem there. You make it happen. And it seems to be pretty reasonably well made, as far as you can tell. Just basically a simple thing of like it's supposed to just kind of swing down and like it hit and land on him. So yeah. Right.
Poor Eldon.
Lucas wants to have a word with the Eladrin. Is it Bessar?
Okay. Bessar. Okay. Yeah, you can.
Go on,
Yeah,
just
go
a
ahead.
quick word. And I just wanted. I was curious as to how long he's worked for the royal family.
Well, the royal family. I've worked for them for a number of years now. At this point, 15 years, actually. Not directly for the Duchess, but among the household and such. Mostly just acting as an emissary of sorts. Correspondence comes from various places. Um, things that come from Scarlos are elven in nature. Things, for instance, and such from other, both from the Feywild and from some of the southern wild realms and such will come in. And I'm expected to create replies and send them off and such. But it's a matter of being the Duchess informed of who's doing what based on the missives that come in.
That's if he's had any contact with Avress or Berserkish.
Which ones were those exactly? So
Avress was the hound.
Leoris.
Yeah.
I've
Avress, sorry.
I've never dealt with him directly. I understand that occasionally the hound changes from one person to another. That's more of a position. She always calls him the Orist, but it's a different person every. I wouldn't say there's any specific period of time, but she does tend to have different people fill in the role of what she calls her hound. There's been a number of them over the years.
Hound.
Her hunter recently has taken a new one to fill that role. He's well, I don't know much about him. I was just told that I have not met him, but I know that a new person has taken up the mantle of the hunter. That tends to be It tends to change a little less often than the hound does.
All right, yeah, just curious. Thank you.
Of course. I don't know how much I can say about them really. I don't have direct dealings with them. I just had more reports of things changing, and I don't spend much time in the court itself. I tend to be more in the outlying areas and some of the offices, more administrative offices and such. Whoa, cat! Hi, cat.
Hi, Bailey.
Sorry,
Cat was
she was
very
just like,
interested in what's
"Yep,
happening.
mine."
Yep, I'm here now. Okay. Anything else for Visar?
Sorry, use disguise self turned into a tabaxi.
Yes. Ah,
If he knows of the lineage of the family.
Mm, that's something I'm really privy to exactly. It tends to be somewhat of a I do know that the Duchess is the aunt or great aunt of the current king, I believe. Um, she's her great grandmother was the queen, the first queen. But I've I've only worked for her. I've never worked, so I know very little about the previous. It's not something that's been discussed amongst the staff.
All right. Yeah. Well, thank you.
I do know. Let me see. Let me scroll here. Hmm, um, I do know that there's discussion of her needing to secure an heir, but I don't know exactly what her plans are in that regard. But I assume she'll have to adopt someone, or maybe she'll one of the current the king's children will take over based on how long she will be active. I don't know exactly.
Was the position passed down through? I mean, was her mother the last
Yes,
ruler?
I'm fairly certain of that. Yes, I don't know exactly much about her mother or any of the other family other than the current king. I know that she's never had any children herself. But as I understand it, her mother before her was Duchess, and I don't know exactly the lineage beyond that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank him for his time. Yeah.
All right. And as uh, a number of surprises have been put into place here, and people kind of found things out around town, talked to various folks there. We're going to cut the break for a little bit. So go ahead and get your drinks, bathroom breaks, whatever you need to do here, and we'll be back in a little bit. And we'll see you soon.
You're good.
And we're back. All right, folks. With some pranks ensuing and people kind of wrapping things up around town here, is there anything else you want to accomplish before we move on and head up north?
No, I'm good.
There is one piece of business I want to clarify here just to make sure, and that is the return of the staff of the woodlands that you guys had found. Remember, Hogarth had found kind of tucked away back on the ship there. Ellie will be very happy to get it back, and we'll be putting it to good use. That it's back where it should be, and there will be some obviously some things being visits being too short in some cases. Eager to be on your way. In other words, Kiva's definitely eager to be on their way. The crew's happy to be moving on as well. Because while they like the town, being on the ship is what they were hired for. So they definitely want to get back up in the air. So, is there anything else you want to do? Any last minute things you want to do before we move on?
No, I think I got everything.
All right. So, from here, there we go. From Raven's Crest right here. You guys are heading almost due north up to Silverleaf is the intent. As Anna and the 6 or so other gnomes that were afflicted by the Yonti through their transformation, they're partly to being a brood guard, hop on board as well, along with Kiva, who joins you guys. The gnomes that you picked up there, they're with you there. Besides Anna, who's the elder's granddaughter, who came with them to kind of oversee their treatment and kind of make sure they were okay. The ones that were afflicted, they all have something left over. One of them has almost like snake-like eyes. Their eyes have shifted to more of a reptilian look to them. One of them has some faint pattern of scales on their face. Or one of them has their hands look almost like the backs of their hands still have scales on them somewhat there, as they were being transformed into Yonti. They seem to be themselves. They do talk normally. They are able to. They aren't acting like the brood guard that you fought in the garden at the Duchess's house. But they definitely have a trace of left behind of the transformation they were undergoing. But as I said, they are very happy to move on. They're all eager to go back home. And so, with the last year of provisions made, everyone embarking, getting back on the ship there, the ship takes off and starts to head north. Now, the last time you traveled down this way, it took you had a little side detours and a couple things happening here, but you know that the trip would normally take about 5 days heading all the way up to here. And over the course of the first day, fairly calm forest below you. You're able to kind of see what looks to be the healthy late springtime forest unfolding below you. Amethyst, you're able to pick out kind of a landmark where Addie's cabin would be, kind of tucked off the road there a ways there because you're high enough elevation to see that. You realize you do see some workers and such in the forest there, some loggers and stuff they're operating there, and you can't see where the balsa grove is because it is well hidden. Even from the air, you can't quite see where it's at. But about the time you cross over where this little river is here to the north, and kind of wrapping up your first day, give me perception checks, everyone. See what kind of weird things you might spot out in the trees and what things that are out there. And just so you know, so Grimbar, you're new to this here. A lot of times I will use perception checks as sort of what people notice, but also what sort of random encounters might pop up. So if you roll really well, you'll notice something, as opposed to if you roll less, you might just spot like the normal scenery and such. So like in this case, Eldon, you are just sort of like you don't spend a lot of time up on deck looking down over the trees and all that. So you're kind of focusing more on your work and everything else. But with little time you do spend up there checking things there, you're focused on the ship itself and not the surrounding area there. Amethyst and Lucas, you see the forest. It looks healthy. You don't see any weird spots. You don't see any really trouble spots or anything else. There's no signs of any fires or any sort of activity or any large creatures or anything else flying around there. At least as you're moving along. Thora, you don't spot anything wrong per se, but there is a group on essentially you're high enough up, kind of following the road that goes north there, and you do spot what looks to be a work crew. Probably the loggers from town there, based on what they're. But you're high enough up and moving kind of quickly, so you can't see them detailed. But you do spot a logging crew. It looks to be heading south back toward town. There's a large wagon there with like some very large like cut trees and such on it. And they seem to be moving along okay. Grimbar with a 19 there. You spot again kind of the same thing, kind of the forest there. You spot the logging crew as you happen to be up on the deck there. Actually, let me ask you, where do you spend time on the ship when you're there? Do you spend it below decks or above decks, watching out for things, or where do you see yourself on the ship?
Well, if I can see things, this is the first time for me being on a ship, so I'm gonna be out looking around, and I'll probably be up towards the bow, you know.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, you picked out a good viewpoint there. You can kind of see the ground rushing by and the trees and kind of the horizon off of there. You can very faintly see. It's actually a clear, beautiful spring day, and you can just very faintly see you kind of see the small hills off to the port side of the ship, and way off in the starboard, you can see kind of the very hazy edge of the Airy Mountains there that kind of mark the border. It's a long ways off, but you can just barely see it in there with the sky being clear enough as it is. But
Would I know that those are the mountains of that border my homeland?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are huge. The section in the middle is the largest, the highest points there. Think practically the Himalayas. You can see them from a long ways off.
Okay.
Whereas this would be more like the size of the Rockies.
Okay.
So they're definitely large enough that you can see them from a long ways off on a clear day. But it's still way off in the distance there. But you can just barely see where they are.
Okay.
But I will say that what catches your attention there is Sora spots the logging crew, and you see it as well. You will see that kind of following behind the logging crew, not like close, but there's definitely what looks to be some large, maybe wolves or something. It's hard to say because you're high enough up that they kind of look like almost ants to you, but there's definitely something moving in the trees, kind of following along behind them, not like rushing up them, but yeah, just seem to be following. It's hard to say.
I will bring that. I'll bring that to whomever is closest to me out of the party. I'll bring that to their attention.
Okay, probably, since Sora's part of the wagon too, she's probably up there too. So probably Sora. And
I'll point it out to Sora, and I says, "Do they look like they're stalking, or or do you think they're just out there?" And I'll point the wolves out to Sora.
The wolves, they're after that group.
Sora, give me a survival check, and I'll give you advantage on this. DC won't be quite as high for you. Because you tend to fall. You patrolled the roads. You kind of know what to look for in terms of patrolling the roads.
Yes. Why didn't it come through?
It's been a little slow today.
Oh, okay. One was a 19, the other one was a 9.
Cool. Okay. You're fairly certain watching them. There's definitely not enough of them to be this one like a pack is like moving to attack or anything like that. But they're just kind of like watching, keeping an eye. And with a 19, I will say it's hard to tell the size of these things. You're not sure if they're normal wolves or maybe larger than normal wolves. Again, you can't see scale really from your angle and from how high you up are. But the fact that you're able to see them, like,
they're
just kind of
large.
they're probably large size. They're definitely not a normal size wolf because you realize kind of comparing kind of the angle there. They're probably the size of the horses pulling the oxen that are pulling the cart.
Wow, darn.
So
So yeah,
So, like-
probably dire wolves. Yeah, based on that aspect there.
they do definitely look like wolves and not werewolves.
Well, you can't tell from up here. I mean, you can see that there's large like wolf like size
Mhm.
what look to be wolves there, but larger than normal. But yeah, you
Mhm.
can't see details about like there's sort of grayish, dark grayish fur from what you can tell here. But in terms of like actual uh features, you can't really tell.
We got people up in crow's nests, right?
You have eyes and ears.
Hasn't it?
Get eyes and ears. I'll yell at him to look down at it, see what it is.
Yes, okay, I will do so. One moment, please.
And he will go ahead and you see him actually. He's standing on the deck there, and he kind of like just kind of looking around. He's like, and you will see that he pauses and just closes his eyes. And let me go ahead and roll. Okay.
There are 3 of them, I believe. They are roughly 100 yards or so behind, but definitely in a following pattern on the wagon. But I do not know much more than that.
Actually, his perception.
They are odd looking. They are definitely wolf-like, but larger and well, strangely
Bipedal or on all 4?
they're on all fours. They're definitely running like wolves. They're moving like wolves, but they're large. And their faces are strange from what they can see. I can't get any closer from this distance, but if we do take it down a little ways, I can keep tabs on them to see what else I can see.
Yeah, I'll yell up at the captain or is it the person driving, steering, flying. The thing to go lower.
Navigating.
The pilot.
Yeah, pilot.
Navigator.
Yes.
The navigator.
He will say, "Oh, down a bit, sure, no problem." And she'll also kind of slow down a little bit because otherwise you're going to buzz right past these guys that are
Mhm.
moving. You're kind of moving in opposite directions at this point there. So she sort of like kind of brings the ship in, slows it down, and brings it down a little ways.
I
And
imagine that the rest of the people, our party group, have felt the slowdown and the descent and
Yeah.
are coming up
Yeah,
to figure
I
out what's going on.
Well, we'd
definitely
come out
will.
and say what the hell Sorrel yelling at.
Yeah, there's that too. Sora doesn't normally
What's
yell
going
at.
on?
So there's these
Not ready with my
creatures.
bow.
I got eyes
At
and
this-
ears, keeping an eye on them.
yeah, at this point it's still hundreds of feet up above them. They haven't come down there, but it's you come down from maybe about 1,000 feet to about 400 feet or so. So you're well over half the distance toward the ground as you're moving in there. And as you're all looking over the deck, they're kind of looking there. Everyone, give me new perception checks to notice any details about these things.
I'm gonna ask my familiar to kind of flow down a little 100 feet.
Sure,
closer.
yeah. Absolutely.
Can I
Sora
send
sees everything.
Can I do a sending to Elia and say, have you got any druids in wolf form following the loggers?
Absolutely not.
Hey.
There shouldn't be anyone, and wolves don't normally stalk the logging crews. So
Well, there's 3 large ones following them at the moment.
right, okay. Sora and Grimbar. I mean, you guys spot the creatures. Eldon, even you kind of like looks down and kind of sees where these things are. You can't see much details about there. Lucas and Amethyst, again, you spot where they are, but can't see much about them. Sora and Grimbar, since you're already looking and you're looking down, this is kind of perfect. As you're watching, so you're kind of watching these things there, you'll see something very strange. They sort of like shimmer out of view whenever they get into sunlight. Like they'll move into a patch of sunlight that's kind of filtering through the trees and on the road there. And each time they kind of move into that sunlight there, they shimmer out of view for a moment. And then once and you'll see them sort of like reappear back in the shadows, nearby where that patch of sunlight was. So it literally just like, and then back
So
into
they
view.
don't like the sun, right? That's what you're getting to,
They
Grimbar?
don't seem to like shy away from it. Just as they're moving, as they move into sunlight, they fade from view, and then as they emerge from the sunlight, they kind of come back into view again.
What kind of crazy animal does all that
Never
malarkey?
seen that before. Neither of you have
No.
ever seen that before. This is something
No.
very
And
weird.
them describing it, I've never read anything on that before, right?
Give me a Arcana check. Lucas, you too, to describe what they're seeing. And with this, you as well. This is, you guys are all trained in Arcana.
I am rolling great tonight. I have a plus 14.
I'm rolling fantastically well tonight.
Wow. Okay. So it's something about that seems familiar to you guys, both Eldon and Amethyst, but not really sure. Lucas, that is consistent with something that you have not seen before, but have heard before. Those are Yeth hounds. You heard them when you were at the manor in the Feywild, but these things, yeah, that's something that Yeth hounds do. You know that they're big wolf-like creatures. They tend to be, they tend to be rather vicious and nasty. But yes, when they get into sun, when they're on the material plane, they essentially shimmer out of the material plane into the ethereal and back again in sunlight.
Mm. I don't like it, which means that they are probably most definitely stalking that logging group.
They're not close to them. I mean, they're still like probably a good 100, probably like 200 or 300 feet behind the logging group, but they're moving in the same direction.
They're trying to find out the whereabouts of the Balsa, aren't they?
No
I
idea.
reckon.
So
I reckon that's what they're doing.
Balsa is really not the balsa growth they're not supernatural anyway. They're just a type of wood that's
highly sought after.
Yeah, for this purpose here. So
and it's hidden well. You said we can't see it from the air, so
yeah. But you would think there's any reason why the Yeth hounds would be after it. I mean, there's nothing that links the balsa wood to the Feywild or anything else. But they do like to eat.
Yeah.
So can we go help them? Is that something we can do?
Yes, I do believe it would behoove us to do this quickly.
Okay.
So fly.
Actually, Grimbar, as you're seeing this happening here, and so you got the highest roll there, there's a fourth one. It's staying back in the trees, but from the angle you drop down there, you actually spot there is a fourth one that's back in there as well.
Is he bigger?
Not so much bigger, just staying further out of view.
And I'll point him out.
Okay.
And I said, I bet you he's the leader.
Yep, it's hard. They're not seeing specifically a size difference from where you're at right now, but there's definitely one staying out of view.
But he is purposely okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I'll look at Eldon and say cast fly as I have both hands on the side of the ship ready to jump, like we did last time.
Yes. Well, last time it was featherfall, not fly.
Sure.
But yes. Yeah, sure. Why not?
So you hop over?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
The two of us will jump right over.
Okay. So you see Eldon and Sora just hop over the rail. They're still about 200. Actually, at this point, still about 300 feet up.
Did you get featherfall on all of us, or just you two?
Well, if anyone else is jumping, I can cast it on a couple of people.
Yep.
I mean, if you're not going to jump before you do it, then
You can hit. You can have how many people with that?
I'm gonna cast it on us when we're like almost there. We're just free falling. We're skydiving right now.
Like we did.
I can cast it on up to 5 characters with.
That's why I'm asking.
What's the range on it though?
Grimbar's not sky falling.
Anything within 60 feet.
Okay, well, if you're waiting to let you see the two of them, they're heading toward the ground. What are the rest of you gonna do?
I'll do the same if you got me with featherfall.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, I was gonna say he wasn't casting it until they got closer to the ground, so we had to kind of leap with them. Otherwise,
Yeah,
they're gonna get just out of range.
It's a
Yeah,
trust
yeah,
fall.
it's a if I cast it on us, we will fall very slow.
Yeah.
So we do it.
You
near
want to do
the
it when you're
end.
closer to the ground, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm. So I'm assuming our captain and navigator are very well versed in our shenanigans of jumping off of the side of
How
the
would
ship.
they? You've
How would
you've
they?
been
We
you've been
did
on
it
one
the
ship with them.
We
The
did it on
only
the other
person
ship.
the only person that would know that was the Steerage. The captain might know because he's actually served with you at.
Yeah.
Right.
He was actually
yeah.
on the ship when you went to
Our captain is
did it
very
before.
well versed.
Roanoke. To Roanoke,
Yeah.
yeah.
When we saw Brevalor and we did it before. And
Yeah,
Yeah.
that too. Yeah.
I'll
Sebastian.
say
Yep.
something about a dragon and a cat doing something a dwarf is afraid of doing. I won't say I can't go with that. So I'm looking at Lucas, waiting for him to see if he's going to go over.
Are we going after him?
We've already jumped. We've
Yeah,
already jumped.
Amethyst
you've
jumped
jumped, yeah.
too. Yeah, Amethyst followed after. Like,
I didn't realize
then
Amethyst
Amethyst
had gone
jumps
as well.
in. Lucas went too. Okay.
Well, we can go if you want.
I grab
Grimbar.
my nose like I'm jumping in the water, and I'll jump over.
Okay.
I'll go with Grimbar, yeah.
Okay. So we'll say that enough. Well, just enough time, and then Lucas is like, okay, and then Grimbar's like, okay, and so you're all going to be just in that range there. So you're probably ground is rushing up towards you. Grimbar, you don't know what's going to happen. All you see is the ground coming toward you, and like these crazy
Very
people heading toward it there. And probably how high up, Eldon?
I'm 50 feet up.
So 50. So you're gonna be the last one. So basically, we call it this way: Thora and Eldon are at 50 feet up. Amethyst is about 60 feet. Lucas about maybe 65, 70, and then you're probably just past Lucas there. And so all within that 60-foot range there. So we'll just say that you're about 90 feet up when all of a sudden, and you sort of float toward the ground there, the last 90 feet there.
If we're behind, it doesn't matter because Lucas has got feather fall as well.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
okay,
I
good.
we'll for comedy's sake, we'll say it's you're all within range other than, and you sort of like all float down there. Eldon and
I'm
Sora.
just telling myself not to piss my pants. That's all.
Yep. It's like, whoa. Okay,
Nope.
so
Fine.
as you about the time you feel that panic rising is when the spell kicks in, and you start to just kind of float down, almost like just and just kind of slowly descend toward the ground the last 90 feet. As you see that, let me just spot one more thing here. Okay, so you will see that as about the time you're probably about maybe 10 or 20 feet up there, you guys are about to get to the ground there. One of these creatures, somewhat we'll call based on the angle you jump down there, is maybe about 50 or so feet away from you, probably the closest one. It like looks up, it sees you guys coming down there, and lets out a howl, a unearthly just, and it's not a wolf howl. It's more like a scream, like a very human sounding, unearthly scream that rips through your whole body. I need all of you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Nice.
Yep.
This is
Captain.
against magic. This is a magic effect?
It is a magical effect, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna disadvantage.
Yep. If you have any resistances based on that.
Is it against charm or
And
or fear?
it is frightened, yes. It is fear based.
Okay,
So you
okay,
need against fear as well.
I'm trying to
You
see
just
my
feel like your inside sort of try to sort of turn to jelly, that butterfly sensation of just like as Amethyst, you're fine. Lucas, you're okay. Grimbar, okay. See who else you're missing. Thor, you're good, and missing Eldon looks like.
I did it.
And didn't see it come through. Maybe a little slow here. I'm not sure.
And use your advantage if you want to re-roll it. I think Grimbar.
Yeah, I've noticed that with D&D Beyond, the advantages and the disadvantages are not coming through.
Mine came
That's
through.
weird.
I'm on mine with
again.
advantage.
Where do I get the advantage from?
If you right click on the number,
That was not actually what I got. What I actually got was a 14.
Okay. Yes. On when you hover over the number, if you right click on it there, it'll ask you want to do
There it
roll for
is.
advantage. Okay.
There it is.
Yeah.
Oh no, 13. I'm sorry. It was a 13.
Okay. 13 is the DC. So you all and Grim, we every session you start with inspiration, which means you can have a free reroll essentially at some point. You can reroll it if you want to do it now, or if you want to just save that for later on. You get one every session. So you can choose to reroll that now, or just let it stand.
Yeah, so it is the advantage thing. So when I
Sure.
did the double click through that, it didn't show up. But when I did
Weird.
that single, I just clicked wisdom save twice,
Hmm.
it came through.
Okay.
So
All right.
yeah.
Good to know.
I'm actually gonna. I think I'm going to. I'm gonna hold off. I don't know what this is, and I think it fits perfectly. I was about to pee my pants anyways.
Yeah, it does make sense there. So
it just.
yeah.
I think I'm gonna let it ride right now.
Okay.
Hopefully
So
it doesn't
essentially,
kill me. But
well, the ground rushing toward you, then you hear this screech, this scream you've never heard. Right? The rest of the group has heard this before because they actually heard one of these things baying outside of so you actually have heard what this sounds like before here. So Grimbar, you feel like with the adrenaline and just everything else rushing through you from free falling toward the ground now there, and the scream comes up there. You land and you are just like partially paralyzed with fright. You are just like whoa. Like your body doesn't want to move for a moment. You can still move here, but you have the frightened condition, which means you're going to be disadvantaged on things. And effectively,
checks and attack
yep.
rolls as long as he's within sight of the creature that frightens.
Actually, no. That's so. Yeah, as long as you can see the creature, which you can. If you're within 30 feet of the hound, you have to use your movement on your turn to move away from it as far as possible. Other than that, yes.
I don't think you have to move away from it. You just can't move any closer.
Specifically in this ability, if you're within 30 feet, you have to move away. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with the F-Hound's ability there, so they are currently farther than 30 feet away from you. So you're okay. You're sort of like just shaking at the moment there, kind of unable to kind of process what's happening for the moment there, at least partially.
Also, I'm sorry,
ahead.
20 feet before hitting the ground, Eldon would go ahead and activate his boots. So flying.
Okay. All right. I need everyone to go ahead and roll initiatives. Want to put yourselves on the map here? That's fine. Just bring yourself onto the map here because we're just going to have everyone.
How do I get the picture back on? Apparently, I don't have it.
Oh, okay. What are you seeing currently?
Bunch of orange geometric figures.
Oh, weird. On your that's on your chat thing.
Yes.
That you have to go back through your main setting there. We won't worry about that right now. But yeah, I'll show you how that you have to actually basically exit the game and then change it in your profile and then rejoin the game. But we'll hold it off there for right now.
All right. Well, apparently it's just that because when I put it, my token showed up correct.
Okay.
Yeah, there's your Discord, there's your Roll20 server account picture, and then there's your character picture, and they're two different pictures.
Okay, let me grab. Darn it.
Grimbar, you have to click on your picture and then hit the initiative button to put yourself in the roll tracker.
Okay. I'm just going to do this.
Initiative button should appear. When you click on your character, it should appear on the top left corner of the map.
Let's do this real quick.
You might have to move the turn tracker out of the way.
Yeah. No problem. We'll make this all work. I'll move you guys back a little bit. Just give us a little bit of space.
What am I doing wrong here?
So click on your token on the map, your orange token there,
Yeah.
and up on the top of the screen there's an initiative button. So click on that initiative button.
Top left corner. There we go.
Okay, didn't come
Did I do it?
through.
Rolled a 2+2 on mine. I'm not very happy about that.
Didn't come through. Onto the turn tracker there. Try one more time. If you click on your actual the token first, and then click the initiative button, that should.
The initiative button doesn't pop up until you clicked on your character.
Oh yeah, then
Yeah.
weird. Okay, well let me see if I
don't
can
see
do it.
Um,
Okay, there we go. I got you on there now, and so I'll put your initiative what you rolled. Yeah, for some reason it didn't come through. We'll make it all work. And let me roll for the hounds here. They have initiative of that. So let me just go ahead and roll a d20. Should add a. And what was their roll? Okay, not great. Come on. Okay. That should be. Come on. Why is it not? There they are. Good. All right. Let me get some music going here, because why not? We'll go with. Here. Okay. Now, actually, let me reverse you guys because I realize you guys are gonna drop down between them and the caravans. Let me swap them around here. Don't mind me. Woo! And then yoink. Wow! There. Okay. So 1 off on the distance over here. 3 kind of arranged somewhat here.
I'm sorry, one more thing. While we were falling, I would have also activated my turret.
Sure. Not a problem.
Yeah, and my multi-purpose tool.
Okay. That's weird. What's that playing? Sorry. There it is.
I guess I'll activate my.
All right.
Is it? My Divine Shield Bracer.
Sure. Okay. Activate whatever you want to activate on the way down. Eldon, you are the first one. It makes sense. You're probably the first one to hit the ground. Right now, we're going to say these guys are about 40 feet away.
Okay, that's fine. I'm going to bring up my gun and fire off 3 Eldritch Blasts. Wow, I'm phenomenal. There we go.
13 will miss. Actually, it'll kind of singe into their fur, but not actually impact. 15 does hit.
Okay, so 2 hit.
2 hits, yep.
So
And which one?
First one, I'm just gonna go these 2 in the middle.
So one on each. Okay.
Yep. 1 on each. And
What is
here's
that?
the second attack. Awesome. That's so useful. And then bonus action Eldritch Cannon goes off. And I'll hit the 3rd one.
Okay.
That one. Spread out the damage right there.
Okay. All right. So the 3 that are kind of, and this is kind of the one that's back in the trees off of the ways here, off of the sides. We'll kind of put him off the edge over here. You see like 1, 2, bunch of little force bolts come out here, and 1 more force bolt from the cannon on Eldon's shoulder, and blast hits all 3. None of them hit with any major impact. They all sort of just kind of take it. And you'll see one thing. I'm going to put the picture on the screen here for you to see what these guys look like. The reason why they're a little bit more disconcerting than normal wolves. This is their
They have
actual.
human faces.
Yep.
Sort of, kind of, yeah, like that. Yeah, That's what they look like.
Don't like it.
Yeah.
Not one bit.
That's sort of like yeah, they don't have the wolf faces. They have more human-like faces there, but they're still like, and yeah, they're large size. They're roughly the size of a horse, or in this case, the oxen that are pulling the wagon that's down the way here. So at that point, you're kind of between them and the wagon. The wagon's down further down this way somewhere down the road.
How
kinda
far
landed
apart
in
are the hounds?
The ones here roughly about maybe 10 from this guy to this guy it's about 20 feet. This one's probably about 50 feet off the side of this one. So
I only saw one leap then.
So this one to this one, 20 feet. This
Okay,
one's off
okay.
about 50 feet more into the trees.
What I'm
You-
hearing
you-
is if I do a 10-foot radius on this one, I'll get all three of them.
Sure.
I mean, a 20-foot radius.
20-foot radius, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, cool.
That is the end of my turn. That was
right,
action,
so-
bonus action.
All right, Sora.
Are we on a road or in tree line?
It's not really a road. The trees are right up and bushes are right up right to the edge of the road. It's more like a logging trail.
Okay.
So yeah, yes. If you throw a fireball in there, you're probably gonna get some trees on fire.
Yep, that's what I was worried about.
Yeah. So yeah, just
Mhm.
yeah.
And
Large
since
amounts of fire may cause some problems. I won't say what.
Well, I'm not going to do large amounts, but I am going to throw Sunbeam at them.
Okay.
Because
Same. We're already dealing enough with that here in Pennsylvania, so
Yeah.
I'm going to chuck it and cast it and do the thing. 27 to hit.
Which one?
I'm centering it on the middle one.
Okay. Oh, you are gonna do a fireball then. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't need to roll a hit. It's
Sunbeam.
It's
Sunbeam.
Sunbeam. It's
That's
my
normal.
hammer. I named my hammer
Oh.
Sunbeam.
Yeah. It's
Oh,
yeah.
sorry, we're gonna have a deep discussion about fireballs.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have
So-
them later. I can't run
Okay.
up to them. They're too far away from me. As I'm running toward it and chucking my hammer.
Yeah. Okay. In that case, what's the DC for them? Should be on the
It's
item there.
low. Yeah, it's low.
That was
15.
an accident.
No,
worries.
you're fine. Where did it go? I had it up and then it disappeared on me. 15 dex.
Okay.
Oh, that was to hit with the damage, but I'm not going to hit them with the damage. I'm going to hit them with
Yeah.
the fire damage.
Right. So the first one definitely saves. Next one does not. Next one. So the just in order, the middle one does not save. It's the one at ground zero. The other two kind of as it explodes out from the middle one. This one takes the full brunt. The other two do not. So roll your damage on that.
14.
14 damage. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. All right. So these two will take 7.
And I do move closer. You said they were like 40 feet out from us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm about 10 feet from them now.
You're within charging distance next turn for sure.
I don't have charge.
A single move will get you on them. Yes.
Yeah. And then as a bonus action, I'll call my hammer back to me, and that'll be the end of my turn.
Okay, the hammer comes back to your hand. With that, then, let me just. Sora,
Yeah.
roll me any die. Actually, no, you just tell me, odd or even.
I'm going evens today.
Okay. Nothing catches on fire this time.
Yes. Oh, I
Things-
can only do it once per day. So
Yep. So essentially, some bushes get sort of charred to a cinder that are nearby, but nothing catches the trees or the grass on fire. You hit a well enough established spot that it didn't actually like blaze up into the trees themselves.
Maybe,
Got lucky.
it's been raining.
It has been somewhat. Grimbar,
It's the end of spring.
you are up. They're about 40 feet away from you, but a move and a dash can get you up on them if you want to, or you can start doing range attacks. Either one.
Actually, I'm feared, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So I am
It means
actually
you-
at a. Go ahead.
Sorry, you're disadvantaged to attack them. Yes, that's I was going to remind you that. Yeah.
Yeah. I am going to stay where I'm at, maybe go back a little bit, and
You could, because you're a rogue.
I'm going
Bonus.
to fire. I'm going. Go ahead.
Well,
Oh,
if you want to ready a shot to shoot, you can do that and wait.
Well, I don't have any of my. I don't have to worry about ammo, and I was gonna actually fire one at the one that everybody's been hitting.
Okay.
So one
Middle
thing
one?
you could
Sure.
do, if you are unaware, is you have steady aim as a bonus action, which gives you advantage on your ranged attacks
If you don't move. Yeah.
if you don't move. So it would cancel out the disadvantage.
Actually, being feared, I would probably automatically do. Can I? And I can fire from being stealth. I could stealth and take aim, right?
Yeah. You want to move up to the side there? Yeah.
Or stealth or hide, and then
Mhm.
fire, right?
Sure, you can. Yeah, that works too.
That's
Super
what I'll do.
roguey.
Yep.
Do
So
rogue
you can
things.
move off into the shrubs on the side of the road there. So you move off to the side. Give me a stealth check to see if they can spot you over there. Actually, which you want to go left side or right side of the road?
I'll go to the right,
Okay.
and then
Oh wow, yeah. I'm not gonna roll.
So and
They literally can't roll high enough to get that, so I'm not gonna bother.
and then I'll just fire when I'm allowed to.
Okay. So you can essentially ready a shot and fire once you're. I mean, when you have a clear shot, or you can take a shot now and with advantage, but it'll cancel out the fear and just make a normal attack.
Okay, then that's what I'll do then.
Okay. I will point out there. Firing will make you will take you out of stealth, but you won't get sneak attack because you're essentially a flat roll because you're busy counteracting the disadvantage. So I kind of leave it up to you how you want to do that. Do you want to just go ahead and hold the attack there and shoot when you have a chance, or do you want to take the shot now?
I'll wait until I'll hold shot.
Okay.
I'll hold
One
shot
thing you do.
because I want to see if I I don't know. I want to see if I get another saving throw against this fear thing.
Okay. I will say this. One thing you do know as well is that if an ally is in melee range with something, you'll get your sneak attack regardless of whether you have advantage or not. So basically, Sora's getting close, is closing on them there, so you could hold your shot until Sora gets in melee range.
Okay, that's what I'll do.
Okay, sounds good. Perfect. All right. So you don't get a save yet, but the Yeth Hounds. Okay. They will close in, and Sora is basically right there, right there.
Target
Good.
number uno. Got it. That's what I
Pretty
want.
much. And let's see here. Eldon, you're flying how high up?
About 20 feet up.
Okay.
And about 20 feet up, 30 feet back.
Okay.
No, I'll move. No. That's where I
Okay.
was. Where I was.
Well, based on that, then this is going to have to go on Sora because it can't get to anybody else. So
It's fine.
all three are going to be on Sora.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna have to,
Alright.
do a reaction if they tried to leave me.
Not a problem. Okay. In that case, they're going to go ahead and attack.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna. I don't have beyond 20 subjects. I'm just gonna do this from the rolls here. It's gonna be a 24 to hit.
Nope. Shield.
Shield what?
I pop my normal armor class is 24. If I use the
Right.
shield, it makes it 26.
But your shield, you currently have Sunbeam in your offhand, so you can't use your shield and Sunbeam at the same time.
I thought that's Okay, we'll talk later.
So, well, I mean, ask you this: is Cloud Strike in your other hand?
Yeah, it's always in my
Okay.
other hand.
So you get the +2 because you have the shield bonus, the bonus there. But the extra +2 you need to have a hand to use the shield with. So if you have Sunbeam in your hand, you can't block with a shield. Right? That's so it's either dual wield or shield and hammer.
It's 24 is my AC.
Okay. That one will hit then. So it's going to be 2d6. Okay. That's going to be 9 damage, piercing.
Yeah.
Or if you're frightened, but you're not. Okay, the middle one then is going to attack. Same thing. Try to bite. No. Last one. No. So, the one on the left. So you kind of square up against the first two there. Kind of get your hammers there. You're in place there, and then the one catches off the side there a little bit. But there's all that. Grimbar.
Actually,
Hmm?
actually, can I do a thing? I'm sorry, I just remembered. I have that, and I'm 60 feet away. The one that hit.
Sure.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
then
It's only 9 points. I'm fine.
Yeah, I mean
I
it's
know.
9 points of damage against someone who has 100 hit points. So.
That's true. Never mind.
I mean,
I'll take it
it's
back.
okay. I mean, it's your reaction if you want to use it. It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. Okay. It's not a desperate situation yet. We'll just say
Right.
that much.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So-
Yeah.
Okay. So you kind of like you kind of spin it up there and go, you're okay. And Sora barely even registers the hit.
I can
It's
heal
just-
that. It's fine.
yeah.
I can heal that. Yeah.
At the end of the Yes Hound's turn, Grimbar, you feel the fear sensation like leave you until the end of their turn. You can take your shot now if you want on any one of these that's on Sora.
The center one, the one that just bit her.
Okay. Absolutely. Go for it. Go ahead and make your attack roll then, and with advantage.
With
Because
it.
now you are hidden and no longer frightened.
Sneak attacks.
So let me see. Where are my weapons?
Should be under actions or attacks.
Actions. There it is. Thank you.
As your bow, so just go ahead and roll the attack roll. If you want to just roll it twice there for advantage, or you can just right click and use advantage. Either one's fine. Let's see here. So 10 would not hit, but you do have advantage. So roll the hit roll again, just to see what you get the second.
I don't know what that one was. I'm sorry.
So 10 was the first roll. 19 was the second roll here. So that will definitely hit. We'll take that first damage of 33. So there. So yeah, it's gonna be. So yeah, it's the weapon damage plus 4 plus the extra force damage plus the sneak attack damage for a total of 33 damage there. Woof. Yeah, so it just thuds into the thing there,
It's force damage.
yeah, the extra. So yeah, the extra damage is 4. Yeah, so yeah, you thud that arrow into it, and Sora, you just kind of see this arrow kind of, and it's sort of this glowing like warping effect there. It's not an actual like physical arrow. It's just sort of this glowing, like shimmering bolt that comes flying out there and hits into the thing. For ouch, 33.
You
It
hit
yelps.
a job.
It yelps and just sort of like stumbles, almost drops. It just kind of screeches in pain, letting out this like blood curdling screech as it just thuds in there deep into the chest, just below the head. Just settles right into the chest there. It is looking bad. It's sort of like limping and hobbling on that one side's almost like crippled. Lucas, you are up. Nice shot.
How far is Sora away from me?
Roughly about 40 feet.
I'll move my movement to 30 feet.
Okay.
And then I will cast. Can't see the other one that was in the woods, can we? That one's.
Not yet. Nope.
I do know it's there though, right?
You know it's there, but you lost sight of it for the moment.
Okay.
Your attention's all focused on this trio here first.
It's probably in the sunlight.
Maybe. Oof. Oh boy. Okay. So all three of them. Okay. 21, 31, and 19. What's the 19?
Those are attacks, yeah. So
Okay. So 21, 19, 19 is what it is? Yeah, they all hit for sure. And the total...
36 force damage against them.
Okay. Oh, that was a Grimbar. So yeah, okay. So yeah. The middle one, essentially you see Lucas sort of like blips out of existence for the moment and appears in the three places there. And where do you want to end up? Because you end up in either in the back where you started or in melee range with any ones you hit.
I'm going to end up behind that one, so flanking it with Sora.
All right.
You just fucked up everything I was going to do. Cheers for that.
That one is... That one goes down. Usually, essentially, you appear for the first one, splash it. The second one, you just kind of like slash it. It's kind of this force emanation there. It just cracks. Like the spine just cracks in half and it slumps to the ground, completely lifeless.
Nice.
And the last one takes it as well. Just thud, thud, thud. And then you appear back at this one over here. These two are looking. They're definitely like they're definitely showing the impact, but they're still up.
And as bonus, I'll give Bardic Inspiration to Sora.
Excellent.
Nice.
Okay, so you got inspiration there,
Oh,
and it's
should
going to
put a
be
yellow dot too.
which one's that? That's the
Inspiration. What
Gotcha.
you've been using.
Oh right, yeah. This is from me. Yeah, you all have inspiration, so you can put a yellow dot on you until you use it. Yep. So in this case, Grimbar, the dots typically mean there's some bonus for you in some way from an ally. Whoops, not that guy. Sorry, wanted Lucas. Yeah, this one should not have one. Okay. So the yellow one in this case means you have inspiration, which means you have a free reroll at some point during the game.
Okay.
And then the red one is from Lucas because his color is red. There, he gets a Bardic Inspiration on Sora, so she gets a bonus die that she can use on a various test. And so that's all Lucas. Amethyst, what you got?
Not what I was going to do.
I know.
Which
All the
one
people-
looks like it's been hurt the most?
They're both pretty beat up. They're both looking pretty messed up. The one that Lucas is behind is a little more hurt by the look of it, but it's hard to tell exactly.
All
They're
right.
both like hobbling and obviously showing signs of distress.
I'm going to do 2 on the left and 1 on the right then.
Which one is it? Oh yeah, boom. 2 on the left, 1 on the right. Okay, definitely hits. 1 more.
Whenever you're ready.
Yep, that hits. Okay, all 3 hit. So roll the 2 on the left. D10s. So just roll 2 D10 if you want. Okay, 1 more. 11. Okay. And the 1 on the right.
Is it 2d10 or 1d10?
Well, 2d10 on 2 hits on the left one here, and then 1 down, 1 hit. Yeah. So 3 purple glowing motes of force slam into them. The one on the right there, Lucas, you see this kind of just across the back, just and it just like rears up from the impact of it. The first one sort of like catches it in the back of the head there. The next one catches it in the chest, and it just drops. That one is out as well.
Good job, Amethyst.
Thank you.
And then we have Eldon. Back around to the top. This one is left here.
16 hit.
16 will hit, yes.
3d10 lightning.
Oh no. Yeah, good lord. You think the little like lightning. It's actually the taser thing that fires out there, or is it?
It's well, everything's kind of running through my gun now.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. So this gets an extra D8.
You don't need it. It's fine.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
yeah. So you see this dart of lightning just kind of shoot out there and just hitting the thing there. It just screams and twitches and just the whole body convulsing as this lightning is shooting all through its body, lighting up its eyes, lighting up its mouth, and it just drops to the ground. And for the moment,
Is that everybody? Do we get everything?
I
quiet.
said there was 4.
Well, we didn't see it.
No,
Yeah.
there was a 4th one.
Grimbar, you start to look. You see, as these 3 drop there, you start to scan around there, and that 4th one, you look to where we saw it before, and you do not see it. It's not approaching. You don't see or hear it. Give me a perception check actually to see if you spot, because you actually know it was out there.
Yeah.
I'll go check
Easy.
on the logging people because I'm sure that they heard this and saw us jumping.
Well, yeah, you saw. They see the ship ahead too there. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I'll go
That's
check
fine.
them.
It's fine. It's the same bonus, I believe. You are fairly. You're scanning you're scanning the area where you saw the thing there, and you're not spotting a creature there. It's just like you don't see a large wolf-like creature out there anymore. It must have run off.
All right. I'll turn around and I'll look at Amethyst, and I'll point to my head, and I'm gonna stealth off, and I'm gonna move half of my distance, so I
Okay.
get a advantage from my stealth roll, and
Sure.
I'm gonna go look for him.
Okay.
I'll send him a message telepathically and say you can keep in touch with me so we know that you're okay.
And when I meaning that when I was looking at her and I pointed to my head, that was letting her know that I'm allowing her to be
Sure.
able to.
I took
Okay.
that, yeah.
So you hear her say, "Be careful." Let us know. You scan the way.
You
Give
let
me-
the rest of us know which direction you're heading, because I'll start flying that way.
Sure.
So
Are we
do a
out of
roll.
initiative now then?
Yeah, actually, we're gonna jump on initiative because you currently don't see anything. We can kind of like move around here.
Okay.
I'm
And
going
wait
to
a minute.
cast
I
see
actually,
invisibility, Jim.
you told me to roll perception. I
Yeah.
rolled stealth of hand. So I
Uh,
rolled the wrong thing. So
no problem. Go ahead. We'll call. Go ahead and give me another perception check there as you move off there, looking off there, scanning. Eldon, give me a perception check to kind of scan the area where the direction he was moving.
Jim,
19.
I've cast see invisibility.
That you can see invisible as you can see in the ethereal plane.
and I'm
Okay.
going to try my best to stay stealthy, looking for him, and to be quiet.
Amethyst, give me a perception check as well.
It's funny. You gotta know
Yes!
20 feet up.
Finally, double
that rock
figures!
is-
My first
Okay.
double figures!
So, Grim, moving through what it says there, you catch very faint bit of movement, but it's hard. What you're kind of scanning, and what you realize is that you're scanning and it's not on the ground. You kind of track up there and you see some movement in the trees. Think like Predator.
Yes.
That sort of
Yeah,
warping effect
exactly
there up in the
what-
tree
That's
branches.
exactly what I was
Yeah.
thinking.
Like
Do
you
it.
can't see the figure, but you see the movement of the trees, of something moving through the trees. Eldon,
You
you do
Can
not.
I throw my dagger at it?
It's about 80. Actually, at this point, probably a good 120 feet away from you.
Oh, so I'm gonna keep my eye on that area, and I'm gonna again half my speed, moving
Okay.
slowly, keep an eye on it, and letting them know which way I'm headed.
Amethyst,
And
moving that
letting them
direction
know
there.
that it's up in the trees now.
Okay, so as you move there, Amethyst, you see, you will catch, effectively, yeah, gotcha, Sora. What you will catch is with your see invisibility, you will see a shimmery sort of ghostly, translucent figure of a wolf thing there, moving up out of the trees into the sunlight. It's moving fast.
Wow. Okay.
Flying away from you. It is actually flying.
Flying?
If-
I'll let Grim know that it's there and it's flying.
Yep. And so essentially what you caught was it leaving essentially moving up into the sunlight and the trees there and then leaving up that way. So it's moving away from you quite fast.
How
It's
far
not
away
it's
is
not heading
it?
toward you.
Let the guys
Um,
in the boat in the ship know.
uh, it is moving effectively away from the ship, away from the crew, away from you, essentially kind of back north. At this point, it would be north east. Um, the ship is like, we'll keep an eye. We'll watch out.
How far away is it?
At this point, 250 feet and moving quickly.
God damn it.
And I can't see it, right?
At this point, you wouldn't be able to see it there. You said it's left the trees. It's currently ethereal. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have true sight.
Yep. The invisible, you can
see
see a
it.
ghostly, translucent image, but that's all you can see. You actually can't affect it because it's on the ethereal plane right now.
Well, it lets you see on the ethereal plane. It's invisibility.
Yeah, but you can't affect something on the ethereal plane. You can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's not in the material plane.
Okay. I got to get used to all these advantages and extra movements
Yeah.
and
Yes.
extra stuff. I'm sorry I
Yep.
slowed that down a
Oh,
little.
not at all. You did just
You're
fine
fine.
there. Yeah, totally
No
fine
You're
there.
doing, you're doing great.
It's a very, very odd encounter with these kind of creatures because they move in and out of reality essentially, and
Like
once they're in sunlight.
I'm used to 3.5, and then come to this where you got to breaking it down even
Yep.
farther.
Yep.
So that's good. We're good.
Yeah,
I'm
very-
enjoying it.
Yeah. So effectively, Amethyst, you try to track it there, and essentially it's just flying at breakneck speed away from you. It's moving about 80 feet around away, flying in ethereal in the sunlight.
I didn't know they could fly, dude.
Yep, sure can. They have a fly speed and a normal speed.
Crazy.
Yep,
Note to self:
yep. So
Facebook dogs can fly.
yep. So with that, Thora, as you approach there, you see that the logging group, the logging cart, essentially, as they're still moving, just because they're not going to stop and go, what is happening back there? They're still moving, but at least one of the guys that's walking along with them, or kind of tracking along with them, will spot you and kind of like wave. Are we all clear? Are we good?
I'll think in my head, are we clear? Are we good? Can we?
Maybe have them double time it back.
I'm double time it faster.
You see the person like leading the wagon is, and actually you recognize him as Bettel, the ox keeper, Bettel Filkush, who's the and there's two large oxen pulling this massive wagon, and you'll see there's these large tree trunks, normal trees, that are like on this wagon. They're all tied down and everything else. That he just kind of looks back at you, double time. We're already moving double time. Like they're oxen. This is a heavy load. What?
Just be careful. They were apparently been stalking you guys for a bit. So
we'll keep
He's
moving.
looking at you, pointing into the ox and going, "What?"
Yeah, and again, as Bettel is like the size of an ox, he's like massively huge. Think like the mountain from Game of Thrones. There, just fully round, huge guy, pushing like well over 6 feet tall, pushing 7 feet tall, and like massively broad shoulders. And he's just like walking along. Well, thanks. And the guy that the kind of the guys trailing the wagons there, like, thanks for taking care of that. We don't know what those wouldn't have. So yeah, we'll get back to town. No problem.
yeah,
And
be safe.
so
Be careful.
they
I'm gonna
keep
come
going.
back to where the fight was.
Okay.
Miss Amethyst, would you please inform Laura of what we have encountered?
Who? Elliot?
Oh no, Ellie.
Elliot?
Okay.
I'm looking at Alora in Discord down in the other thing, looking at who's in the other room. Sorry, Ellie.
I would be
Yeah.
keeping her in the loop.
Oh, great. We've got Fey Hound things. Awesome.
Flying Fey
Well.
Hounds.
Great. Well, at least we have confirmation on what something's happening up there. So, they're still a ways out at least. And yeah, because you guys are quite a ways. I mean, because you flew almost a day.
Right.
So these guys are probably 2 days away from getting back.
And it
this is
worries
a-
me
These
that,
could match.
I
These
mean,
could match.
the last one got away, so
It did head in the opposite
frightening.
direction at least. So
It did. Okay.
Yeah,
These
because
could match with
they're heading south. It headed northeast.
I'd like to know who it's heading back to.
You actually in a moment you'll hear a quick. Actually, you kind of see a little bit of a shadow as the ship kind of comes down into view a little bit there, kind of sends down there, and Amethyst, you'll catch a voice, Therosh, Eisner spotted a something moving off to the northeast very quickly. It didn't deviate course from what he could tell. I think we're clear of this thing, at least for now. It showed no signs of turning or moving away. And you know it as, he's telepathic, so he's basically...
Yeah.
These things could match. These things could match with some of the issues that the Baron guy was talking about. Things just being there and then disappearing.
Something's sending them. Something's sending them, aren't they, from the Fae?
Well, we were just there. I'm not going back. Just so we're clear. If something
Might
from the
need to.
Fae isn't... No, I'm not going back. You will have to knock me out and drag me there. I'm not going.
We have no way of getting back from there right now.
Yes, we have no capability of getting there, although it would be kind of exciting. Yes.
That's not true. We have a way of
It
getting there.
would be.
Do we?
It would be.
We do. There is a lovely lady who works in a mail shop over in Port Oris who would happily get us there.
Mm-mm.
But we're
We
not.
can't get
We're
back.
not. Yeah, the getting back is the problem we would have. I'm not going. I'm not going to. We went there
We're
before,
not
and I
going to the Feywild.
just letting you know. I'm not going. I'm not doing it.
So, the three fighting you there. So you as you're sort of sitting there, you'll see that the sunlight the sun is moving across the sky. The one on the edge, you'll see that the sunbeams from the trees there will sort of like move into place there, and the body fades from view.
Can we still touch it?
Amethyst, you see it because you simply last for an hour. You see it's ethereally still there,
Okay.
but it's in the ethereal plane now. So no, you can't touch it there. You sort of
Right, okay.
reach out and touch it there. The other two are still there, but the sunlight is still sort of creeping over that direction. The other two bodies you can touch.
Should we grab him? I bet you can make really cool cloak out of that. Letting you blink out of existence.
I'll bring over some of my knives. Start.
Yeah. So you drag them off into the trees a little bit out of the way. Okay.
Yeah.
Not a problem.
Yeah.
Give me a I guess it'd be a proficiency check there with your tools.
Arcana, which I have advantage, or not advantage, but double my proficiency.
Sure.
I'm doing that thing. So how do you want me to do that? Just a D20 plus 8.
It's gonna be. I'm gonna because it's more. It's not so much intelligence based here. This is more dexterity based. So use your dexterity modifier. You still get your proficiency bonus, double your proficiency bonus. So it's gonna be
right,
what?
So D plus 10.
Sure.
Which is my nature.
Do you have a nature
That's my
bonus?
nature.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
that's my
would be
nature
nature.
skill.
You can do that. You can do that. That's fine. That'll work.
21.
Nice. From the first, I would say you're going for both of them.
because you don't want to spend too. It's essentially, you do a pretty good job of carving away a hide from this thing, and you sort of bundle up the skin off of it. You'll notice that once you separate the hide, it doesn't fade away in the sunlight. The hide itself doesn't. So it is still, you can still detect magic from it. There is still a magical nature to it. With the 21, it seems to be intact. Um, yeah, actually, roll me for the second one as well. I want to see if you do better where for the second one, because that'll make a difference. Okay. The second one, it's a serviceable hide. It isn't like there's still a bit of the nature to it there. So call it one good, one fair hide, and put it in your inventory there for you. Yeth hide.
Yeah, if we know where the other one was, can we just like stand in the way of the sunlight so it's in shade?
Oh, the body?
Body, yeah.
Yeah, essentially. Yeah, you can try to block the sun. I mean, kind of sit up there, and if you can block enough of it, or have the ship maneuver so it blocks the sun there, puts them in the shade there. As soon as the ship moves into place, the body warp comes into view. Hold on, make another roll for the third one.
Hey, guidance this time because I haven't done
Sure.
it.
Not a problem there. You're like, and then the third one. Okay, the third one, call it a good. You had a fair, a good, and an excellent. So effectively, you can. So if you're gonna make things out of these here, that'll change how good the item will be.
That's a good idea, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll make somebody sneaky.
Okay. As the ship moves out of view, the body that's there, without the skin, the body fades away as well. And over time, the longer that body is in the sunlight, the more it sort of like dissipates and almost leaves a whiff of smoke from where the body was. The longer it's in the sunlight there, you start to see that amethyst is ethereal there, but you'll see actually it's sort of like dissipate and the body sort of disintegrates into smoke and fades away. And it leaves behind this weird kind of like almost like campfire smoke smell, a charcoal smell essentially, as it fades away.
Don't want animals eating that stuff, do we?
You don't know. The other two, if you drag about something will happen to those. The other two other bodies as well, but the hides, I said, the hides stay intact. So,
alrighty.
You are able to get aboard of the ship again. There is no sign of the fourth one. It's not. You don't see in watching and keeping an eye on things like that. You do not see a fourth anywhere in view.
I think he's lost it.
Essentially, it got beyond his range. It just kept going, and so he was tracking it, watching it until he couldn't see him anymore.
It was going this direction.
So you were heading up. You were about here, and it was heading this direction, northeast from you.
Northeast. Oh, east is.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Alrighty.
Yep.
So yeah. You get aboard the ship there. The logging crew is heading south, just moving at a steady pace, as steady as the oxen can take them. You do see that there are a couple of archers, and they're with them, just kind of like keeping tabs and watching on the sidelines there, and just keeping alert on things. Yeah, and then Bettel and one other sort of like hauler wrangler type person there. So a total of 4 guys with the wagon.
I would suggest to Elia that either her or somebody else who can sort of fly overhead and keep tabs, just make sure they're safe. Just make sure they get back.
I'm on it. I'll catch up to them and keep tabs on them.
Okay, just be
you
careful.
Stay safe too.
Don't get eaten by a Yathland, okay?
Not a problem. I will stay away from them. So pause for a moment there. How do I spot them? I'll figure it out.
Oh
So
no.
you guys back aboard the ship, and the ship continues on its northern journey. Um, after about one day to here, second day about here, and you'll find that you're actually getting. So the Kogarth will actually said, according to my map, well, I think we should be there. Yeah, probably tomorrow. Based on this, tracking where we are right now. Anything we should be watching for, or landmarks or anything else? Haven't been in this part of the world before.
I'll look at Eldon and I says, well, look at the outside of the map of his god. What he has is just a location, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yes.
like a holograph of where it's at, so it might actually show
This moved.
some
Should be-
what do you call it? Some landmarks.
It's only a tiny village, isn't it? We're looking for.
Yes.
Mhm.
No,
Very tiny.
I thought we were looking for the
No,
You
no,
will be,
we're-
yes.
We're returning the,
Oh.
the gnomes
the
back
gnomes.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, we rescued them from being turned into Yonti by evil Yonti creatures. Took them back to Raven's Crest to heal them. And they've since been healed, and now we're just
Are
returning
they
them
down
home.
below talking as much as Eldon does?
No,
Probably.
No.
not at all.
No, I'm special.
Nobody
You'll
talks
notice-
as much as Eldon does.
Yeah, you've met a couple gnomes in the past that they were chatty there, but most of them are just normal folk. And that it's the kind of the crazy inventor ones that tend to talk much. And based on those guys' gear and everything else, he's one of those crazy inventor types. Most
I
of
was
them are
getting-
just like normal people.
I was going to say just Eldon and his second cousin.
Every
Tosh,
time
who
I'm
moved on his
5
brother's
minutes
side.
around Eldon, I leave Eldon and go sit next to the bard. Just
I-
for quiet. And I'll look at Lucas. I says, "You're one that and truly understands the virtue of silence."
Yeah, Eldon does talk a lot.
Um,
Well, a lot and really fast.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's where the map moved on us here, but that's where that is on the map there. On your map there, the yellow dot is where the tomb is supposed to be.
You should be glad you were never in the radius of an item, a magical item that let us hear his thoughts and everybody else's thoughts in the nearby vicinity for a while there. That was quite scary.
Mm.
It's the lantern of revealing all.
Yeah, that was pretty scary. Listening to Eldon just ranting in his head about stuff.
Math
Shut it up.
and
Let's,
Yeah.
let's
And
Yeah.
not do that
plans,
again too, because
design,
Yeah.
that was
and books.
Not great.
yeah, yep. So as you're kind of moving to position here, again you're right about you're at the end of your second day, moving into your third day. And the captain says that we'll be able to put in there. We'll probably have to pause there for a bit to recharge, just to make sure we have enough for the last leg of the journey. But we made good time. I think everything is going well. Ale is very good at trimming some time and extending the reach of our accumulators. So if there's anything else we need, keep an eye out, and let us know if you spot anything else. And give me perception checks for the last leg here.
I want to
Because we-
apologize to the navigator for just jumping off and scaring him like that, but we do that quite frequently.
Oh no, that was great. I thought that was fun. I'd do it too if I could, but I think Bert
We're
would
all
kind of give me
batshit crazy.
Bert. I think Bert would get a little mad at me if I did that. I don't know.
The
Yeah,
cat?
probably.
You're worried about
Yeah.
the cat. Not
Oh yeah, he's awful mean when I do things he doesn't like.
He's me.
Yeah.
Catches you.
Well, he'll scratch me sometimes, or just kind of get a little
Another natural 20 on the perception there.
nice, excellent, man. Um, Grim, you will spot what looks to be a clearing and a village from quite a ways off there. You'll find that the terrain here is a little more hilly and rocky, and the trees are a little more sparse. They're not quite as thick as they were to the south. And as you do, you can kind of spot the road here kind of fades into more of a trail. It's not really a space for really like horses or wagons to travel along, but you're definitely spotting a winding trail through some of this sparser trees. Um, and from a ways off there in the distance, you can kind of see this little palisade wall and a village of some kind. Um, and about you will see at least at this time especially a couple of the gnomes from that village are up on deck, kind of like watching and kind of craning their necks there, and the one that's um sort of in charge of them seems to be this a female gnome who's probably in her like mid 50s or 60s. They're still pretty young for a gnome, but she sort of just had this kind of blonde hair all pulled back into weird little it's like braids and such, but there's instead of using like stones and you normally see like people like using like most gnomes that you've met would use like
Beads.
precious stones or beads and like that. It's a lot of like little like twisted bits of wood, like almost like braided with like little like fragments of wood and everything else. They're painted in different colors and everything. Being a forest gnome, they tend to be a little bit taller, a little bit thinner, and a lot more calm than most rock gnomes tend to be. Um, but the other ones up on that, they're definitely all sort of looking off in direction there, and as you sort of like point out, they get a little excited, seeing like, oh yes, and she says, "That is the place. Yes, we should." With looks over at the how long now? Captains should be there tomorrow at some point there. Roughly late afternoon, early evening. Should be before sunset though. So as long as there's no other problems. And as he says that, you, Grimbar, will see circling in the sky to the north.
Another problem.
Potentially, you're not sure. You definitely see something flying around there, and it has to be large because you realize you're looking at something from a long distance there. It is large and dark, maybe hard to. It's kind of flying around, sort of a almost like a holding pattern, like someone's just kind of flying circles, almost like
When it banks, it doesn't look like a bat, does it?
No, it does not. It definitely has a
Okay.
different. It looks a little. It's flying in a pattern similar to like a vulture or something like that, but it's like a flying in sort of
But
a
a big
circular pattern. But it seems to be based on that. You think it's big. And with 29 there, you will catch a kind of a long. There's the wings coming off of it there, long dark body there, and a long tail flying off this
Dragon
thing
or a
here.
wyvern?
Well,
I'll point
dragons
that
don't
out.
exist, so wyverns
Oh, okay.
or
I'll
a
say
drake
eyes and
basically. Yeah.
ears. I'll point it out, the eyes and ears. And I
Yes.
won't be quiet about it. I'll make sure,
Okay.
like Sora and Amethyst and them, they see it, Lucas.
Okay. Yeah, you definitely spotted out there. At that point, when Anna sees that, she kind of goes, "We'll go below deck just in case. I think we're okay, but there are some black drakes that kind of move into the hills and such in the mountains over the side there, and so she kind of pulls them into this place there, and this one just sort of like flies. It doesn't seem to take notice of you per se, and it's still probably a good like couple of miles off. It's not even like close. You see, it's way in the distance. You just kind of see this thing flying around.
Is it in between us and the village?
No, actually, it's kind of up here, like kind of the north of you. You're about at this point kind of here, moving toward the village. Sort of
Okay.
like on this way, on this
And
pathway
it's a
here.
little bit north.
It's
of
north up in
that.
here, kind of probably over where this river is, basically on the map. There is it as Hogarth kind of pulls up the navigator pulls up the maps there, kind of marks about where. Based on this, I believe, yeah, it's probably somewhere the river, maybe a little bit further.
I think we're okay unless it starts heading our direction.
I'll stay up on the
Yeah.
I'll stay up on top looking.
Yeah, so a black drake, by the look of it. Eisenhower confirms, yes, definitely black scales. I don't see anything interesting. Hard to say how big it is without any context, but it is definitely a large one. No, the difference there being the drakes do not have front limbs; they just have rear limbs and the wings. So, like basically, drakes, wyverns, same thing.
Proto Drake and WoW.
Exactly.
They
Yeah.
are.
Yeah. So, and
They
not
still
intelligent
breathe
like
acid
dragons.
and fire.
They do. Yeah.
Oh, they're okay. They got animal intelligence.
Yeah. Somewhat higher, a little bit higher maybe. They're really smart animals. They're cunning, but not capable of speech or anything else like that.
Okay.
But
I'll
at least
keep an
saw-
eye on it. It's
we
my
saw-
first one, so
Yeah.
he's not right. I'm not fighting him, so I'm going to keep an eye on him.
Okay.
Watch him.
So are we saying?
Saw blue ones and a green one, I think,
And a
Yeah,
green
right?
we've seen blue. We've seen blue, green, now gray or black.
And
Blue,
and
green,
red.
black.
Saw a red one.
What did we see?
I have the red satchel attached to my hip.
That was he was actually
It's copper.
he was actually copper. Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah,
That's-
you never saw him in actual form.
No, I didn't need to.
Yep. Yeah. Sora, that's the thing. She has this weird, weird, reddish hide satchel that she's wearing there, of a creature of a type of leather you've never seen before. You think it might be dyed leather, but it feels kind of warm when you're next to it. There, not like hot, but just there's a warmth to it that is different from the rest of the there. Stands out on her too because she's blue and everything else with this red satchel.
Mm-hmm.
Is she cold-blooded?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Still warm blooded, but a little bit lower than normal temperature than normal temperature food, but not cold blooded. Anything else you guys want to do then?
No.
We're landing the ship now to refuel.
The sun goes down. Essentially, you continue on. So this essentially you're kind of spotted this thing about an hour or so before sundown. You guys continue on through the night. Captain Eisenier's kind of keeping tabs on things. If you watch there, you'll see sort of like the very faint shimmer of lights from the village as you're starting to approach it there. It's still a ways off there, but kind of pointing out Eisenier's sort of like, still on track right there. You can still see it there. And you're like, what? And yeah. He's obviously got some
even with my dark vision, I couldn't see it. Yeah.
No, like he's like right there. I see it right there. You don't know what kind of vision this guy's got. It's obviously enhanced in a major way.
I see it. I saw it. I'll just say I did.
Sure.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
He is something special.
Sharp eyes. Yes. You saying Elena? Sorry, saying something.
Oh, I was gonna say that the night before we land, I would have played a prank on Sora. I would have done the warm glass of water.
Oh no!
I don't think that I have that issue.
Would that work on a dragonkin?
I don't know.
I was
okay.
thinking.
Give me a stealth check with advantage. Actually, Sora, let me ask you this: how well does Sora sleep on the ship?
I'm totally roping in Amethyst, or not Amethyst.
So,
Audrey
if we were sleeping on the ship, and we just saw that dragon, no, I probably wouldn't be sleeping very heavily.
Okay, I can give me a stealth check without disadvantage then. Sneak in there with your big tankard of water.
I do roll because I have the boots, the dampening field thing on, so I have advantage.
So you have boots of elven kind. Okay, yeah, okay. Right, then roll straight. Oh, you still advantage, yeah. 17. Yeah, that's enough there. You kind of move in there.
kind of set the glass down there and kind of move Sora's hand into the water. Sora does if he's your passive at least. And you kind of sneak on out there. Sora, give me a Constitution check.
Oh no.
Saving throw.
I have a +7 and I
Aw,
just rolled a
dang it.
19.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I had my finger hovered over the button. I was ready to go.
Yep.
So I wasn't going to pee her pants.
So basically, you kind of at some point you kind of hear the call, the kind of people start to stir on the ship and everything else. You start to hear it about there, and you wake up, and at some point you would have shifted and knocked the water over. So there's a tanker on the ground there, and the floor is wet by your bed.
I'm going to. Hold on. Listen. I'm gonna get you one of these days. Just you wait. Just wait.
Oh, that's great. Okay.
Let's see. Actually, let me see.
Pick him up by his little head and then plant him against the door and take off his
So-
boots so he can't fly.
So let me ask you this, Sora, when you say that while you're still inside, or you kind of mutter that to yourself as you're leaving your room?
I am muttering it to myself as I am leaving my room and walking around. Yep. So if people
You
are
hear-
looking at me, they're like,
Uh.
"The lady is crazy."
You hear a voice actually, like as you're walking out of your room, you hear a voice kind of like off to the side there, like, "I'll help," and you
What?
turn and see Audrey standing there.
Oh, Audrey, no, you wouldn't. Let's
Why not?
Yeah.
It's fun.
do it.
I mean, okay. And with that, she's like, "We'll find something." Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I have
Yeah.
I have something set up right now in his room. When we get back, it's gonna catch him in the net, but we got to do something here or there or
Okay.
something.
Well, let me know. I'll help you set up something if you want. I mean, it's only fair.
Right?
Exactly.
Sorry
I
about
mean,
that.
he thinks he's so clever all the time. No worries. I mean, he is, but come on. Anyway, yeah, we're getting closer. I think we should be there in a few hours. Maybe sooner.
Oh, do we have time to eat?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, it's a couple hours at least. I hope you need a couple hours.
Gotta eat the good food.
Yep.
I will tear off down the hall, thanking Audrey as I'm running and get into
I
wherever
want a
the.
beer.
Yeah, it's not far. So breakfast beer. Okay. I would say we didn't specify before here, but I'm gonna guess, just go out on a lark here, that part of your provisions for the trip would have been a good amount of beer.
I wanted to say I bought a 5-gallon keg, a small keg, but
Sure.
I didn't want to go and push the boundaries because I know we got a teetotaler as a dwarf, as a gnome.
I would say this, as it would not be hard to get yourself a small, like a little pony keg kind of thing there, and have it like kind of bring it on the ship there. Between the number of bags of holding among the party there or accessible there, you could also just kind of carry it along there, not a problem there. So yeah, I would say you'd have enough to be able to have your breakfast beer for the trip there. You'll probably be getting low by the time you're like at the tomb by now, but yeah. It might last you a couple of days more, but unless you kind of go on a bender. But I think you'd be pretty good to have your breakfast beer
I
at
can
least.
I can stop and resupply with in the halfling village.
Gnomes might have some things. You'll have to see what they have there. They're a little bit. I will say
They
this.
might have wine versus ale or beer.
Yeah. Do you want to fill them in on what happened at the village there when last you were there?
Yeah,
We burned it to the ground.
I did mention it earlier. We rescued a bunch of gnomes because they were captured and being turned into Yonti. We fought off the Yonti that were here, and those that were sort of part way turned, we took back to Raven's Crest to have our healers take care of them, and there was medicine that they were administered that was changing them back to their known form. So now that they're like 100% better, we're bringing them home. But we have no idea what to expect when we get here, and hopefully everything will be all right. But I think there's only about 50 people in the town altogether, and
So the village actually may be gone when we get.
herbalists. Are
Well,
they?
it was still mostly intact. In fact, just to clarify, only like about a half a dozen or so were turned. Actually, a few had already been turned, and about a half a dozen were in the process of being turned. There's about roughly a total of maybe 100 or so in the village normally, and a good chunk of it got burned, thanks to a number of
wonder-
fireballs being thrown.
Why?
There were like
Oh,
3 fireballs.
darn.
There was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
actually there were 4. There was like 1 from them, 3 from you guys.
Oh, yeah.
No, it was 2 from you guys. 1 from them, 2 from you.
Yeah.
Because you threw 1, Lucas threw 1, and then the dragon, the dragonkin threw 1. Yep,
And I only threw 1 because the dragon threw 1.
sure. So yeah, partially burned down the village there. Most people were still intact. They were actually being prepped for a sacrifice. That was the thing, is that the ones that weren't being turned were going to be sacrificed for some ritual that was going to happen there. And they stopped it before the ritual happened, and took out most of the people that were there. Most of the Yuan-Ti, the snake folk that were there, got wiped out. A few got away, and they recently caught up to them and dealt with them.
Mm-hmm.
With that, however, you guys are kind of so by mid-afternoon, you start to see the village. You can all see the village now as you're kind of descending toward it. This kind of moving out of the sky there. Ail's just kind of doing some little like a very gentle sort of like rocking motions with the ship as she's sort of like letting it like almost coast toward the ground. And it feels a little bit like when you guys had feather fall on you, the way she's like letting the ship sort of like drift and then kind of pick up a little bit and then drift and then pick up a little bit there as she's moving it toward there. And you see she's having a great time. The captain, however, is a little bit worried as he's looking at her, and Audrey comes up to you, Eldon. It's like, we've got a problem. I don't think the accumulator's got any charge left in it.
Wait, what?
Like I don't know that we actually have, like, it's on the last sparks. I swear, I don't think there's much left.
Oh, okay. Ooh, that is a huge problem. Yes. Okay, let's work fast. We might be able to pour man into it. I'm not sure. I could actually cause the ship to explode. Let's go and try and fix it.
So you see Eldon and Audrey sort of like talking quietly to each other on the deck there. After a moment, as you're getting closer, the ship is still doing its kind of like little motion there.
Try and plug up the Mizium generator.
Duct tape. Get some duct tape.
Okay. Eldon, I'm gonna need you to give me an arcane. It's gonna be an arcane check with disadvantage. This is something really risky and strange. This is something like you could, you think you can, but it's gonna be tricky. And yes, you can definitely do a guidance. Absolutely.
Yeah.
While Alden's doing this, I'm going to go into his room on the ship, and I'm going to replace his shampoo with hair dye.
Oh,
Bright blue hair dye.
Okay.
No,
but are you going to blame me? No.
Purple. We'll go purple. We'll go purple.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, you'd be more likely to have purple dye on you somewhere just because you like to dye things purple sometimes.
Yeah, of course.
22.
Okay. Eldon, you see the charge, the spark from the generator like arcing up around there. You sort of like see the energy surging into the accumulator as you're trying to like hot wire the accumulator to pick up the charge from the Mizium generator. Audrey's like looking at you like, That, I mean, we could try to put energy.
I did say that I could possibly blow up the ship. I did say that, but I did
Um,
say I could also fix it.
and you will see that the charge is sort of like building and glowing, and the cage around the accumulator, the actual like wire cage around the accumulator, starts to glow as it's picking up the energy there. The gem inside the accumulator is vibrating. You just see this, you kind of feel it there. Um, Energy is moving into it. You are definitely getting some energy into there. It's you're like it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Um, and the ship like it seems to be holding for the moment, and you're trying to like using the detect magic and trying to watching the monitoring the flow of energy into the accumulator,
All the
and
things.
it's holding, it's holding. You've got the charge there. The spell plates are all still active there. You see Ale sort of like you kind of watch as as the power sort of like moves in and out of them the way she's handling the ship there. Um, the ship is roughly you on the deck there. We'll come back to the deck there as you're all on the deck, sort of watching in the place there. You see sort of this kind of like the ship's like almost like casually sort of like floating into place there, and it's probably a good maybe 50 to 100 yards away from kind of the clearing near one of the main gates one of the main gates. There's two. There's actually two gates, kind of northeast and southwest. Um, of the city there, and two like and sort of a little stream that runs down through the middle of it. And you're sort of moving toward that southwest gate.
How far off
As
the ground are we?
you're getting probably a hundred feet or so at this point. There, you're coming in for a landing.
Mike could survive. Okay.
Yeah, at this point, the ship kind of moves in there, and hold on, you're like it's holding, it's good, and then the cage, a section of the cage around the accumulator just melts, just flags off.
No,
And
that is not good. We should
um,
stop.
you cut the power there. The accumulator just like the hum of power from it just like just like stops, and the plates kind of like one by one as they go dark, as the power just drops off of them, and the ship just sort of like drops the last 30 feet or so as you all just hit like, and you feel this shuddering thud as you all just like hit and the ship just scrapes to a stop. As it let's just see how close it gets.
Oh no.
Okay. It actually like slides to a stop there, kind of like scraping across like the trail, the little like road that goes in there, and scrapes across it there, just kind of like a huge furrow across the road, and doesn't hit the gate, but it hits the wall to the left of the gate there, and as the wall sort of like partially collapses as the ship slides into this place there, and comes to a stop. No one's hurt.
I'm sort of
The ship-
laughing and
Yeah.
and we made it. That was cool. That was fun. New experiment.
Okay.
Success.
Yeah, you see, like at this point, there as they say to a stop there, the gnomes of there are gnomes in the village that are sort of like out there looking like in the street a ways away, just like kind of pointing and just like all like in sort of a moment of shock as this ship just like, really careened out of the sky, scraped across there and slammed into their wall. You
I
hop
look
off.
eyes and ears and ask him. I says, "You couldn't see this?"
Yes, I saw it. I was afraid of hitting the ground a little harder than that, though. So I don't know.
Therash is like looking at Ale and she's like, "What? We're okay. It's all fine, right?" Like, hold on, Audrey. You can come up on deck and let us know what happened.
So fascinating thing, actually.
I'm gonna go get a beer.
I'm
Hop
gonna
off the ship.
I'm gonna start like going through like a whole big thing about like magical math. And
He's like, hold up a hand. Don't need to know. Are we okay?
well, we will need to in fact replace the cage, but the accumulators are still working. Um, they will need to recharge, of course, but yes, we are okay.
How long?
Hold on. You can get
How
the cage
long?
kind of cage to be rebuilt in about 2 to 3 hours time.
Mhm. And to put it in and make sure that it works right so we don't blow
The
up again.
the charge, essentially recharging will probably gonna take about 6 hours. You're gonna be here the course of the day.
Mhm.
Yeah, it would have been a shorter recharge except for the having to rebuild. All the charge dissipated completely from it as we hit there. The village folks here, the elder Anna and the ones there, essentially the gangplank will go down. People can disembark on the ship there, and you check the outside of the ship there. The hull's intact. It's scratched up. Loftwood is very, very resilient, so it would take a lot more to damage the ship itself there. You do catch, however, that Manuel is up on the riggings there, looking up the side there, and he actually hops down and goes off on one of the side sails, because there's two side sails on your side there, and the side sail on the port side actually caught a tree as it hit there and has actually snapped partially. It's not like snapped off completely, but it did crack. And so he's like, that's going to be fun to repair. I don't think that's going to be very good at all.
How
Shall
long?
we? I don't know. I don't do repairs.
Well,
Ask the engineer types.
how long to fix the sails, people?
I
Sales, in
do
fact,
have wood carving tools as a proficiency.
Audrey has mending, so that'll help a bit too.
Yeah. I also have mending.
Okay. Add another hour or two to get that intact there. Sails are good. Rigging is fine. It's just the actual the wood part.
I also have wood carver's tools if you would like to help.
I also
Okay.
have mending.
So between the group, you can get that part of it taken care of pretty easily. With that, you'll find there as the gnomes disembark with Anna and you head back into town there. Anna points out, the first building right over there, the tavern right over there.
Yay.
Should be stocked with all kinds of things. They make they do like to make their spirits and such. So have at it, I'm sure. And so the people kind of rush into the ones that were transformed. They're kind of looking at them a little strange. Are you okay? Are you okay? And so the ones that have the scales on them still, or kind of the little bit of snake eyes, they kind of welcome them all back in. And as you see the gnomes kind of milling around there, the village is, as now that you're on the ground and you can actually see there, it's mostly intact. There's still some rebuilding happening. There's still some sections of the ground that are scorched from the fireball before on the other side of town. But as you're all sort of move into place, as you all sort of get to work on repairing, move into the village here, we're going to close things out for the day in Silverleaf Village and see where things take us next time as you head off on the next leg of your journey toward the tomb of the Runesmith King. So thanks for everyone for being here. Thanks for playing. Thanks for watching out there. Appreciate it.
Thanks for
As
running.
always, thank you. You're very, very welcome. As always, thanks for hanging out the tavern with us. And drinks are on us next time. Come back. We'll see you again real soon. Take care, everyone. Bye.
Bye.